Hello?
You are live and welcome.
What's up, everybody? Good morning. Oh, am I supposed to tell people what I'm doing?
At the next light, turn right.
Oh, okay. So I'm Ann Perelker, and I'm running for the United States Senate. And since we thought you guys would
At the light,
probably
turn right onto West 119th Street.
not care what a U.S. Senate candidate does all day, we thought we'd show you. This will be part of what I do in a day. You won't see all of it because I am a mom as well, and I'm not going to be doing a lot of that. But I did make scrambled eggs for my kids before I left the house this morning, so there was one mom success at least. So yeah, that's it. We're just going to live stream for 24 hours and see how cranky I get.
Go past this light. Then, at the next one, use the right 2 lanes to turn right onto the US 69 North ramp to Kansas City.
And we're going to have some guests on later. I know we've got candidates from my own race coming right now. We've got confirmed Sandy, Spidell Newman.
At the light, use the right 2 lanes to turn right
Sorry
onto
about
the
my
US 69
GPS.
North ramp.
I'm going somewhere I've not been yet. We got Sandy, Spidell Newman come in. We've got Adam Hamilton,
merge onto US
Kevin
69
Latz,
North.
and I've still got to reach out to. I'm waiting to hear from Noah. I've still got to reach out to Eric Murray, if you're listening. I would love for you to join me on my live stream. Who else is in this race? Michael Sutart, Patrick Schmidt. I don't know how to get in touch with Patrick Schmidt, but if anybody does, let him know he's welcome to join us. I'd love to chat with him. I've never met him, never spoken to him, never even seen him. Sometimes I wonder if he exists. Who else is in this? There's 11 of us. Well, any of the 11 that want to join me. Oh, Jason. Yeah, any of the 11 that want to join me, or any other candidates. We've got others that are coming on too. I've got Chris Carmichael coming on later. I'm trying to get in touch with Katie. So Katie Tindell, if you're out there, if you can hear me, I would love to have you on as well. But just let us know if you're available, and if you're a candidate running for office in Kansas, reach out and let us know that you want to hop on with us, and we would love for you to get on and tell people why you're running, or just have a conversation, whatever it is. So that's it. That's my spiel. Right now we're going to coffee at Grounded Soul Coffee House in KCK, which I'm excited about. Angela will have to tell us. Can we post links and stuff about this coffee house, because they do some great work? Is my understanding. They sound like an awesome place. I'm excited. But we'll be there from 10 to 11. So if you're around in KCK, come out and have some coffee with us.
One. And tell us about the coffee shop. Hi everyone, at 10 a.m. Ann Perelker and Sarah Prue is going to be at Grounded Soul Coffee House. And the address is 3417 Strong Avenue. Come join us. Yeah.
What's up, Angela?
Ann's outside. Hi, Ann.
Angela has been really gracious to let us use her phone so that my children's lives are not turned upside down. She's done this more than once for us, and I can't, there's nobody on this team that there's no way that will ever be them unless I win and I can go and implement the changes that we all agree that we need to make, which I'm going to do my best to do, but I will forever. You guys, some of the people on my team they're just amazing people. I wish you could all know them. Some of them are okay with being public, some of them aren't. So I always err on the side of not publicizing people, because I know I don't I don't like being a public person, so I get it. So if I ever don't give you a shout out and you want one, please let me know, because I always love to give credit where it's due. But Angela's been amazing, and she's letting us headquarters this fiasco at her place. Whose idea was this anyway? So I know who to thank later. Because it's a bad idea. I would never give up sleep on purpose. Am I just talking to myself for a while? Just me driving. If you have song requests, drop them in the chat. I'll just sing myself. Just kidding.
We have a request in the comments. Someone says, "Can you sing Bohemian Rhapsody?" I'm not sure if you can hear us. Hey, Ann.
Yeah?
Someone in the chat has requested that you sing Bohemian Rhapsody for us.
Say that again?
I said we have a song request. They want you to sing Bohemian Rhapsody by Queen.
Who requested it?
Um,
I always remember the Mountain Dew version when I try to sing that song on my own. Do you guys know that one?
I don't think so.
Tell you what, if you really want me to see Bohemian Rhapsody, you donate some money so we can buy signs and I'll sing it. If it's legal.
QR code on the screen. Okay, we have another question. What is your position on immigration reform and ICE?
Well, we need immigration reform. It should have been done a long time ago.
In 2 miles, use the left
1
lane
second.
to take exit 231A for I-635.
Yeah, it's just another one of those examples of issues that these politicians just want to keep hot and fresh so that they have something to run on the next election season. I didn't realize it for a long time, but there's just so many issues that they could solve if they wanted to, but they don't want to, because then what are they going to keep us torn apart and arguing over? There are immigration reforms that need to happen, should have happened a long time ago. The backlog is insane. Now people apply for green cards, we're telling them you probably won't live long enough to ever see this issue. So they're going to have to maintain status throughout their entire lives just to try to live and work in this country and maybe live long enough to get their green cards. I also hear this question a lot, which is, well, if they've been here for 20 years, why haven't they just done it the right way already? And the answer to that is, genuinely, they probably just didn't have the option. And once they did have the option, some of them did try to do it, and now they're actually being detained and deported because they decided to go the right way. I met 2 families with children outside a core civic vigil recently, and if you're in Kansas, A lot of people are familiar with Core Civic because there was a battle Leavenworth had for over a year. They held it off for over a year, and eventually it was open. But there are special use for it's a very complicated issue, which actually we're going to be going out to Leavenworth later today to see what's going on there. But these were dads, 3 kid U.S. citizen women, Kansans, born and raised. Just absolutely no need to do what they're doing. One of them's probably already been deported, and his wife was told it's probably going to be at least 4 years before he can come back. The other one was filing more paperwork to see if they could fight it at all. But the point is, we watched, right? And this is not a knock at either party because both parties do it. Understand that when I say this should have been done a long time ago, it should have been done by both parties. Now, I don't know who's more at fault. I know what I think. I know what a lot of people think. And I know a lot of people think exactly opposite of that. So at this point, who cares? Who cares who's more to blame for how we got here? Let's figure out what we're going to do about it. And then let's actually do something about it instead of this nonsense BS of keeping hot button issues to keep the American people divided so that we have something to run on next election season. Because quite frankly, you're not supposed to be going there for the rest of your life. You're not supposed to be planning on your next election every single time you're there, which is why I'm pushing for term limits. But that was not the question. So yes, we need immigration reform. That makes sense. That processes applications. That isn't based in cruelty and the ostracization. I don't know if that's a word, but it is now. Of communities, of individuals. Anytime you paint any group of individuals with a broad brush, which is what they're trying to do with immigrants right now, trying to paint them all as people who are a draw on our system and a drain on our system, when that is completely untrue. They actually contribute way more than they'll ever take. And most of them will never even get to draw on Social Security or Medicare because they may never qualify for anything. So let's have the immigration reform. Let's get those actual violent criminals off the streets because we all agree that they should not be roaming around free. Even the immigrants who are in this country agree. A lot of them are fleeing that violence in their home country. But let's make it work for the American people, for immigrants, for all of us. And let's stop allowing, big corporations to take advantage of people who are just trying to better themselves in life. Our ancestors all came here looking for a better life, right? That's all these people are doing as well. And that is what America is. I mean, I don't know how else to see it. My ancestors came before the revolution and served in it. And I can't, I for a better life for their kids and grandkids. And why should we ever fault anybody for working as hard as they can, doing everything they can to try to do that? We're really, I don't know. I think a lot of people haven't seen, what life is like outside of this country. I've been very blessed to travel. I've been to Germany. I've been to India twice, which is where I really started to understand what life really is like outside of this perfect looking bubble that our grandparents created for us, right?
At the stop sign, turn left onto South 42nd Street.
And any of us would do whatever we could do to try to better our children's futures, right? Like I'm running for the United States Senate for my kids. So I get it, man. You do what you got to do for your kids and your grandkids, and they're going to operate in whatever the system is that's set up, or they're going to find ways around it.
The next stop sign, turn right.
But let's make it work. And something, if you haven't read On Tyranny by Tim Snyder, I really encourage you to read it. There's a part in there where he talks about 2016
At the stop sign, turn right onto
Russia created a refugee crisis in some of these Middle Eastern countries. I forgot exactly where they said, but whatever, it doesn't necessarily matter where. The point is they created a refugee crisis and at the same time flooded the European Union countries with anti-immigrant propaganda. And does that sound familiar or what? So there's something really going on in the world right now, and all of the people are subject to it, right? Like, we're all trying to operate within it. We're all trying to figure out what's going on. None of us really know the whole truth because nobody's giving it to us anymore. And maybe we never had it, but now we have the benefit of the internet and being able to talk to each other and try to figure this out. And we're realizing, hey, this is not what this is not what I thought we were doing here, guys. So I'm all for immigration reform that makes sense. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. As far as ICE, at the very least, so here's one thing that you will learn from me as someone who would represent you as your senator. I'm going to do what the people of Kansas want and need me to do, regardless of what my personal views on the issue may be. I'm going to do what's right for Kansans first, as someone asking to serve them. I do have my personal opinions on it. And I'm not opposed to telling those, but I'm not going to act just based on my personal interest. If there was ever a time that something came up that I had to do something that I couldn't do, then I would resign and let someone else do it, which is what I think some of our elected officials should have done now. Actually, they should be resigning if they can't do their jobs properly so that someone else can do it. But at the very least, I want to see an investigation into everything that's gone on with ICE in the past year and a half, maybe longer than that. I know there are a lot of people that say just abolish it. I don't really care. Let's figure out if there's anything to salvage. If there's not, then don't. I would rather see all of that money, though, be used to actually process applications, because in the processing of applications, they actually do like, you go in, you give your biometrics, they take your fingerprints, everything like that, and they do background checks on it. And then a lot of times there's an interview with an officer, and so it's a really complex system, and probably we could just spend the entire day talking about immigration if that's what we wanted to do. But I hope that I answered your question. If I didn't, feel free to tell me that I didn't answer your question and that I just talked for however long I just talked for. Anyways, I'm at the coffee, so we're going to go inside, but I'm going to take you with me. Maybe I should see if I can set up I got a selfie stick somewhere, guys. Never thought I'd see the day. Things you do for Kansas. Oh, I took it out of the car. Oh, no. That sounds right. Nothing's ever where you need it, when you need it. Morning. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. No, you're good. And Miranda, they're good if we film here, yeah?
I believe so. Just
I'll confirm.
being on camera.
Hi, how are y'all? Oh, there's a room back there and everything. Cool. If we live stream from here, that's okay. I just want to make sure. Well, I'm in it unless you decide to be. Well, we just started, so. there and talk to me. We're gonna have US connected. Some Holster might hop on. How are you? Do you want to be on actress? There's Sophia. Okay, so good. Okay, I'm gonna take latte hot.
Any flavors? No.
Just whatever you put in there is good. Yes.
What was the name you put the order?
And
Technology 5.
thank you so much. Thanks so much for letting me do this. Is this your
It's not verified by National Organization called Barefoot Mission, and Taylor Pod owns the shop, and we just work here. So
Barefoot Mission? Angela was telling me about it. It sounds really cool. I'm glad to have found it.
I'm glad to hear.
Your live is frozen. The Wi-Fi is hanging right up there on the
Okay, let me see what I can do here.
your live is completely like frozen on my phone.
Yeah.
But I got all your stuff set up right here for you.
Oh, thank you. Oh, they're so sweet. Okay, let me go see if I can figure this thing out. Well, it says it couldn't connect, but am I unfrozen? Still frozen? What do you want me to do? Okay, I'll text.
Yeah, I'm the only one watching the live stream.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
It's not, we can't connect to the internet for some reason.
I would say like you might. Oh wait, you have 2 phones. Yeah, you're just completely frozen. I would say like maybe restart the live stream at this point.
Thank you so much.
Right. Is there anything else we can do to get set up?
Oh, there we go.
Is it working now? I think it's good.
There we go.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
It's really behind, so
It's a lag.
it's like so.
Let me
bad.
see what Marina
Like,
wants.
just showing you like, like using like, this is what's happening on my phone. It's like behind.
Oh yeah, that's great. Great video. Oh yeah. Like I'm not still over there. Let's go ahead and reach out to Eric's campaign. Okay, let me just reach out to the rest of the candidates. Do you think we need to restart it?
I think we should, yeah. That might be.
I'm gonna try to restart the live stream, see if it will work better, Miranda. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
getting coffee. Here, I'll give you this and go order.
Literally, like as soon as my dad.
Sorry, I
told me,
always forget now.
As soon as my dad sent me the photos of my little brother, like I literally started sobbing when I saw from Sarah and her dad. Like I was like, "You're dumping me."
You alright?
And now, like I have to send my little brother off to kindergarten, and like I'm not. Like,
He's going to kindergarten now?
Say hi.
like he has like several like he's super much from like the thought of going into public school and not knowing like how the school's going to take care of the medical issues.
Yeah. What school district? Shawnee?
Shawnee.
They're supposed to be really good. With that
I
stuff.
hope that we could.
I've heard that they're really good.
But yeah, I have the app because I'm going to start tracking my little brother's blood sugar. He just got diagnosed with type 1 and it's just, I don't play about my little brother. Like, so, like, that's the one thing I can do to monitor my little brother while he's at
You guys should do this. So in my husband's culture, they do 2 events a year where it's like a little ceremony between the siblings, and they pledge to take care of each other and whatever, and they tie a string, and it's really cute. You guys should do it.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
It's really
Wait,
sweet.
my dad's made this photo, like, I started sobbing.
Oh, look at him.
He's 6, turning 7. He was not supposed to make it past 1 years old.
Are you serious?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
So when he was born on March 9th, 2020, he was born with what's called hypoplastic left heart syndrome. So basically like half his heart can't die. He's had 3 different heart surgeries: stroke, seizure, heart failure, brain bleed, and then he's had 1 of 7 heart caths.
He's only 6.
Yeah, rhinovirus, COVID, RSV, like infusions, shots, medications, like, like November 30th, 2020, like I was at my dad's house, because at the time my little brother lived with me, and he went into heart failure right in front of me, and I watched my little brother in front of me.
Oh my god.
It was, really, that day was like, imagine seeing your child, like, the tubes, wires, like beeping machines, alarms. Like, it's a privilege not knowing your way around the children's hospital.
Yeah, my daughter was in
Imagine seeing your son like that.
my daughter was in NICU right after she was born.
Apparently I was too, because I tried to off myself right after I was born. Portal was not for a minute.
Yeah, Veda was too. That's
Like,
crazy.
apparently I tried to take myself out.
Yeah, that was scary. I remember Nikhil was like, "Hey, hold on," and she just like yanked that cord off of her neck. I mean, I didn't know what was happening. That's what I was told later.
Mhm.
But yeah, it's something to see, and it was babies that didn't have anybody. You're talking about because Veda was in the NICU for a bit after she was born, and fortunately, she was just there for like.
Thank you so much.
She was just there for like 3-4 days, but man, there were some mamas that had been there for so
Like, this is one of my
long.
favorites. And
That's so sweet.
literally, like, as soon as he was born, like, I stayed up until I knew he was in this world. Like, he was born around like 3 something in the morning. Here's another picture.
Oh, that's really
Yeah,
cute.
He has hypogammaglobulinemia, so his body can't make gamma globulin. So he has to have infusions every other week at home.
Oh, look at him.
Like, I spent countless days, nights, overnight, sitting by his side, not knowing who.
Yeah,
That's terrifying.
it's hard.
But, I would not change it for the world, because
This is adorable.
yeah,
That's
that's
adorable.
besides having gone, this is the most recent of him and I. We went on a little ice cream date.
That's so
Like,
cute.
literally, like.
So is he excited about going into?
I mean, he also has autism and Huntington syndrome. So, and then he also has like global development delay, so he's pretty delayed. So it's like he's still doing potty training. So he's not a typical 6-year-old.
But that's amazing. They said he went to one. Do we want to set this up where people can see everybody, or just want to stare at me all day?
I don't
What do you
know.
guys think?
But you know, it's like it's definitely a privilege to not know your way around a children's hospital. But you know, he has so many medical issues. And, like, I'm so scared for him to go to public school.
Yeah.
Like, they don't know. Like the nurses know everything, but like the teachers might not. Like, they might not know what to look for when he's having a medical emergency. Like,
Well, surely they'll have somebody there helping him, right? Like they'll have a para assigned to him.
I hope so.
Surely.
It's like knowing I can't be with him at school. That's scares me so bad.
No, that's hard.
Like I have like maternal instincts. It's like I'm a big sister. It's like I have like the protective instincts.
No, I get you. I get you. I'm the same way. My brothers are older, and I like that with them.
I'm an overprotective sister too. I understand.
Like literally, I do not play about my little brother.
Okay, hang on. I'm gonna set this up better. I'm gonna get this thing in order.
I'm gonna run out and get my phone card.
Okay, that's
I
fine.
don't think that's where my phone is.
Oh no.
I mean, it's not like that.
Just set it. Look at that.
Hard that I need it.
There, now you can't see anybody.
There we go. So everything's like.
What is that? I haven't seen that thing. Is this a fire that's in there?
Yeah, Miranda gave like half that stack to me that she had. Yeah, if Sarah is not having me do anything today, I might see if maybe I can go over to Angelo's because I want to hang out with Miranda or have someone to hang out with.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll be great.
I mean,
We're gonna be doing this all day. I'm going to Leavenworth. So I got a CLE, which is my continuing education. So from 12 to 1, I'm gonna be MIA because I got CLE. I gotta stay up to date on my education for my law degrees. But after that, we're supposed to go to Leavenworth and see what there's a community organization there. I forget what they're called. But we're gonna go, they're having a meeting at 2, I think. And I'm gonna go meet somebody,
nice.
move my canvas a little bit on the live.
Yeah,
I don't know what I'm gonna do at 3 o'clock in the morning. That's like, I'm legit dreading this. I told, I don't like to lose sleep for anything. Like, that's my worst. I can't sleep.
Like, I'm a night owl, so like literally.
Oh, good. You can hop on the stream with me then.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
We'll see who's an insomniac tonight.
I literally like. I have such a hard time.
What's up, Michael?
Hey, Michael.
Are you good to be on the stream?
Yeah.
Okay. It's like there's not. It doesn't show. To do like this. Better. Like they want to see people, but there's Miss Carol.
Who?
Miss Carol Finney.
I don't think I've met her.
Well, you bet to. She's good people. Hey, Miss Carol. How
I
are
had to
you?
call because I'm so stupid. It's like I parked at 30, I parked on the street at 34. Very nice to meet you in person. I have seen you before.
coming.
Yes,
Oh, you've seen her before?
I believe I have. I believe I have. You were very familiar to me.
Huh. Yeah, I thought that answer.
Yes, so, well, and also, you know what I'm here with.
I love it.
Today's the last day. If you guys haven't seen this yet, I've been taking it around the county.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
People are holding it, letting me take their picture. It's a real quick snap, and I have an artist in New Jersey who's gonna make a mosaic.
Also, is everyone okay with being photographed?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And on the live stream. We're live, we're doing a 24-hour live
Yeah, I
stream.
told her.
We spoke yesterday, and you talked about it, but I had no idea.
Yeah, because
Instead
no
of 24
sane
hours.
person would do that.
Well, instead of 24 hours, I got off the phone and said,
Hey,
what
Anthony.
does she even mean?
Miranda's at your house right now, right?
Yeah.
If Sarah's not having me do anything today, can I go and hang out with Miranda? It's okay if not.
You are welcome at HQ anytime.
What'd you say, Miranda?
I said everybody is welcome at our team HQ. Everyone is welcome at our team HQ.
Will you send me that message?
your meetings? Put it out
Of
for
course, yeah, you can just send it to me.
Um,
So last night, Kim Wilburn and I went to a couple of early voting locations in Waco, and we only put out like 3 signs at 2 locations because a couple of locations had no signs.
Oh yeah.
And we decided we didn't want to waste any signs, like at all. So, yeah. We were out until like probably 10 o'clock, and then I dropped Kim back off. I dropped Kim back off at her house, so I got home around like 10:15ish. So, but yeah. But I'm an insomniac anyway, so I stay up late anyway.
I don't. I go to bed at like 9. What's going on, Michael?
Not much. I was at that Royals public meeting yesterday.
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah.
I saw your live stream.
Yeah.
Whenever like someone goes live, whether it's you or like, someone who works for your aunt's campaign. Oh, there's Sarah.
Yep.
Here she comes, guys. Okay, Sarah Prue has just arrived here at coffee, so.
So we have a question. Do you want me to answer these now, Miranda, or save them for later?
Is this on the Discord?
This is just a text. So they're posting wherever we're live streaming. They're posting questions. You want me to answer that now?
Sure.
Let's see. How do I engage or plan to engage with folks, fellow senators that cite religious dogma when voting, debating, and legislating, and not fainting over it when harm is actively being caused? So, so there's no place for any religion in our government. That doesn't mean that an individual can't have a religion personally, but you can't legislate based on your religion. Like, you just can't do it. And usually, most of our laws are in line with what is right inherently on a moral level, I think. Although that's questionable lately, and I know that we can argue about that, so don't come at me for that one. But that's the idea, is they should be morally just, right? But like, I'm a Christian, but I'm not going to legislate or push my religion on anybody else. My husband's a Hindu. We respect all religions. I've studied them all. The one thing that is the most important that you take from any of the ones that I've ever studied is, do unto others, take care of your neighbor, be good to each other. And it really comes back to just being good to your fellow man. But there's no place for religion to dictate laws. There's a reason that we have the First Amendment, and I will never try to tell someone else how they get to eternity or what that's a personal path that nobody else can dictate. So even if we work to legislate it, you're not gonna change people's hearts. You cannot legislate people's hearts, and it's the only way to get people to follow a certain path is to lead by example and to love everybody, and that's what I think we're supposed to do, right? Like, so that's my 2 cents on that. But please let me know if that answered your question or if you have something else. And am I having fun? Yes, so far so good, but we'll see when that changes, because I can promise you at 3 a.m. it's not going to seem this fun. So, so I'm going to set you back down. Let's say hi. We'll introduce. Is that okay? So we got Michael here.
Hi, Mike Janevsky here.
You want to plug your podcast?
Yeah, I do a podcast. This podcast is uncalled for. Ann has been on the podcast, as has Sarah, who just walked in.
Oh, hi.
And we thought we'll do introductions. You want to introduce yourself, ma'am?
Yes. Hi there. I'm Sarah Prue. I'm running in District 3 for Congress.
And then you want to say hi?
Hi, my name is Sophia, and I work for Sarah.
And you want to?
Hello, my name is Angela Roberts. I'm campaign consultant for
Campaign everything. She's been legitimately done everything.
I'm campaign everything. And
Angela's gonna run for office soon. Y'all stay tuned. And you want to say hello?
My name is Carol Finney. I'm a cheerleader for Wyandotte County and a private citizen, and believe that we have an opportunity to change the direction of this country. First time I've seen since I was a kid. And it's time.
That's
The way to do it.
exciting.
It's the way to do it.
I love that.
Here, so that you young people can step up. We'll be the wind with your wings. Seriously.
Miss Carol's the one that made my frog hat. You guys saw my frog hat.
Yeah.
It's made an appearance a few
Or
times.
if you've seen a red hat.
Or the red.
Or a red.
I have the red hat too. I wanna attach the red hat to the little frog hat. That's my goal.
Yeah, well, I'm.
What's up, Sean? You wanna introduce yourself to the live stream?
Yeah. I'm Sean. I'm Ann's campaign manager.
That's it. He doesn't want to say anything else. All right, there we go.
No, I report.
So we're on 7 days. 7 days to the day.
Oh, boy.
7 days, guys. Here we go.
Been the longest year of my life. Unreal.
I saw.
We're about to take the government back for the people.
I saw a video at like midnight of like the Johnson County resident who was in the NISA. Like there was a rattlesnake like coming up to their on their steps. I sent it to you, Sarah. I was like
A rattlesnake? Oh my gosh.
I was like, no, like I'm moving to Alaska.
Angela has a great vibe. That's on the comments.
Yes, she
She does have a great
I
one.
love Angela.
I met Angela collecting signatures for you. Oh, when was that? It has to be a year, 3 months. That's the first time I met her.
Truly been in this almost as long as, like, she didn't go to Oakley, but it was the next thing that we had. She was there and she's been here ever since.
And she was collecting
And
signatures for you right after that. I'm one of the people she talked to. Right
She's
after that.
amazing. She's amazing. Like this, she's been one of the backbones of this movement for sure.
And I'd like to volunteer. And I'd like to volunteer. I just noticed in the back of the room, there's a sign that says we're in the generosity room.
That's what
Oh, that's cool.
I love that. I love that. This is a beautiful coffee shop.
Yeah,
This is
that's
fun.
not-
So it's a nonprofit. Do you know anything more about it?
The Barefoot Mission is what I read a little bit, and I can't honestly say I remember everything about it, but yeah, they, I would agree, they help a little bit with SWAT.
Yeah, that's really well. That's really cool.
She said she was interested in doing something in Wyandotte County, and I don't drink coffee, so I'm not a person that somebody says, hey, we need a coffee shop. It's not part of my life. But I had heard of this place, and I had heard of several other places, coffee shops that are building strong community, and that's what this is. That's just what this has got to be. I think from the beginning, people connecting to people,
Yeah, I agree.
not having their faces in their phones, reading what somebody else tells them.
Yeah, it's really, for all of its like positives, it's brought so many negatives, and we really got to find that balance there, and it's really hard to do. And one thing that I've noticed is like, I really think we need the generations to start talking again, because like I've met so many people that are I'm not trying to be wrong or bad, but older folks, even me, I have trouble sometimes recognizing AI, right? So for people older than me, it's got to be even a lot harder. But the young people are so mad at us all for not, for not getting it. Like they don't want to help us understand. And so genuinely, we're going to need the young people and the old people to help us all understand each other. There's just no way forward. There's always been some kind of a disconnect. There's always been a generational gap, but we didn't have it all together on the internet for us all to see. It was just your crazy uncle at Thanksgiving, and we could all live with that, right? But now the crazy uncles have gotten together and
Well, I was back to the times when I was a child, when you were very insulated. The national news you got was Free Network.
yeah.
They all pretty much told you the same exact facts. And then you decided what you thought about it. And then I've watched that grow into anybody can stand up in front of anybody and say anything without proof. Or if they have
Without
proof,
a
it might be
disclaimer.
fake proof. I mean, none of it makes any sense.
I think we at least have to, because I hear this I've been talking about the fairness doctrine, which was in the 80s, which I know you guys have probably all heard me talk about, but for the sake of the live stream, the fairness doctrine was just something that required news station to give equal airtime to both sides of an issue. So you get the spin, but at least you get both sides. But that's one thing that I've noticed, and I've been talking about, we've got to bring that back, and it's got to be updated for today, and we've really got to address this misinformation.
The thing about that, I lived through it and saw it all the time. It was in the public interest.
Yeah.
And it totally was for public service. It was free time and it was whatever, but it was for.
We
the
didn't have like
public
media
service.
literacy like we do now, though, even then,
There was-
right? Like it was an echo chamber even then.
Except
Because
for
it had control, they had absolute control of the pipelines, which they don't anymore, which has
I
the
do
positive in some ways,
Right.
but when it's being manipulated by the algorithms, and of course, those are proprietary, we don't know what's in them, we don't know how they're determined.
The Sinclair
And I think we do need a transparency act to help us understand how those algorithms are being gamified. And, Europe's leading the way and actually taking steps to regulate this and prosecute people who are willfully spreading misinformation. So I think there's ways for us to curtail this without curtailing free speech, right?
Yes.
And I mean, we're from the early days of the internet. We understand, we remember the early days of the internet, and it was actually a really fantastic place for sharing ideas, organizing. But you very quickly saw when social media started to take hold that there were these sort of plantation owners, essentially.
Hi, how are you?
Hi.
Nice to meet you. Are you okay with we're doing a live?
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Okay, I
Yeah.
just wanna make sure.
Are you
You're
okay being photographed?
Yeah, that's fine.
Hello, I'm Sarah Bruce. Hi, nice to meet you.
Thanks for joining us.
Absolutely.
We were just talking about misinformation and how social media, yeah. Well, and one of the things is like, we were talking about, because I talk about the fairness doctrine a lot, but like, the pushback I get is free speech, and like, hey, I'm here for free speech all day, every day. I support our Constitution, the whole thing. But I don't think that there's an issue with requiring a higher standard for people who gain some level of influence over the general public, right? Like, we have for lawyers who are doing collections, you have to put a disclaimer on it. Like, it's not that hard to just require a disclaimer that says this is AI, I made this up, I didn't research, like, I don't know what I'm talking about. That's fine. You can say what you want, but you got to tell us that you're not basing this in fact.
Right, I mean, we have more controls as candidates on the content that we put out there than the platforms themselves have. We have more responsibility
What
as
is it?
candidates putting information out on social media
No, that's absolutely true.
than the platforms themselves have, and I
think
think that's the change that we need. Those
Yeah.
folks are absolutely gamifying this, and they're making billions
Yes,
on it, and we have got to, I mean,
And that's all they care
Yeah.
about. Is
everything
Yes.
is how to make money with it, how to make money with it, how do I push it, how am I make money? At the beginning of the internet, it was a free exchange of information. And I was just blown away when I could sign on and get a crochet pattern from a woman in Germany, just
Right.
because we were in a chat room somewhere.
Right.
And now there's nothing free. Nothing's free. It's all monetized and it's all designed to get your information. So somebody that didn't monetize it already is going to monetize it in the future with your information.
And that's one thing, the data, like, but when I started this, like, I had consultants that brought me stacks of paper with names, party affiliation, how much the person makes, what their job is, the last time they donated, how much they donated, address, phone numbers, all these things. And that's just the bare minimum, right? Like, that's just scratching the surface. And I was like, dang, when I'm done with this, I'm going off grid because this is scary. But when you think about it, like, I remember, and there's an exhibit right now actually at Union Station, the Berlin Wall exhibit, and so I encourage people to go see it because I remember when I was in Germany, we went to Checkpoint Charlie, and I remember getting to see how the Soviets were so sophisticated in how they could spy on people. They could take a letter out of an envelope, read it, and put it back without anyone ever knowing that they'd done it. And I'm just going, oh my God, we've given them everything now. There's nothing that's not. And that's scary. I think we should be concerned about
We
that.
should be,
you know?
and we should be concerned about the fact that we gave
Yeah.
How many times? Do you accept our terms and conditions? I don't
Every single time.
It's so complicated, I
Every
don't
single
understand it, and you're putting all your own stuff.
I mean, I think in the era of Doge, right, like post Doge, I'm not sure that we really know where our data is. And we need a data sovereignty law in this country that we've got one, it's not got teeth. We need one with regulatory behind it.
We need something similar to GRDP, like they do in Europe.
Yeah.
Where you own your own data, you know, so you have control over your data and how they use it, so.
Absolutely.
So a few things that I was thinking about. I know like in Finland, because they're right next to Russia and are targeted for lots of disinformation, they have students in school like start learning about media literacy when they're like 5 and 6 years old.
What is media literacy?
Basically being able to look at the information that's out there and critique like the source of it. Does this come from a reliable place? Is it like factual? Is it someone's opinion?
So basically like what you're taught in English class, basically.
Primary sources, using that on there, exactly.
The way we used to,
But it's come so far and so fast. And I remember when I was, when I was in school and learning which internet sites you could use as a reference and which ones you shouldn't use as a reference. But now it's just, it's so impossible to figure out what's true and what's not. I just feel like some of it doesn't look legitimate, and then the stuff that does look legitimate, you find out it's BS. And so it's just such a different world than and that's why we have got the young. I'm sorry, young people, you're gonna have to step up and teach us a little bit. Like you're just gonna have to.
And New York tried passing it went nowhere as close to like GDPR in terms of protecting data, but I think they called it the Stop Hiding Hate Act, which would have had the social media platforms report to them on I don't remember if it was like quarterly or annual basis, like what their guidelines were for taking down information, specifically showing reports of like how much material was shared with them.
Who's watching this?
Sounds like remember? Yeah. We were talking about them discussing what internet sites were okay and not okay.
And yeah, then
Going
like
back to what, we live in New York Times, what's Google,
Yeah.
their information on the Wall Street Journal, and you had trusted sources, right?
That was before they were fighting for the algorithm.
I know, there was.
They
no
tell you where the
So we went to the library.
or
and part of it also goes to call it affective polarization, and like by building a emotional reaction with people, they get engagement with information, and so that can be used like that ends up what's getting pushed to people because it's what's popular and what people think they want to engage with, but then also people who have bad intentions also are able to capitalize on that by getting their information. So it's not like it doesn't actually get rewarded delivering factual like information that you critically engage with.
Right.
That clickbait information is what like it pays to see.
Is there a way you can tell like what is like what resources or like which ones are like reliable versus non-reliable?
So that's what I was talking about before, like primary sources. So primary source would be like house.gov, right? Like it would be US government sites where they literally
Used to be, I was gonna say that's not.
well, when they put when you look at the actual bill text, it's in there, right? So that's
So like the Declaration
you
of
don't have to write it.
If there's
read
a
it
book
yourself,
about the
you don't
Declaration
have
of
it
Independence,
digested.
so it's got someone else's
Yeah.
interpretation. So
at the organization that publishes the site, right? You look at the data, right, that they're publishing, and you look who got the data for them and who processed the data for them.
The methodology, the sampling
The
criteria.
methodology and the
Peer
reviews.
reviewation.
But this is what so this is the reality, right? Like that level of critique is up to us as the information consumer. Now, in the past, that wasn't our responsibility. We had trusted institutions we could lean on to do that. But in the great unknown of the internet, they've taken down all those guardrails, and you're now responsible as the individual to do that. So I think what you're saying is right, though. We have to focus on these platforms. It's like letting the tobacco companies market to babies and toddlers. I mean, they did that at one point, right? Like you just, did we say, no, that's the parents' fault? You know, like no liability for this company that's willfully farming children's attention, money, time, health, all of those things, right? Of course we would regulate that. Of course we need to regulate that. And that's what they don't want to hear. As you said in New York, it failed, right?
Acknowledging that adding a community note of another source of information, which might say that this isn't true, isn't the same thing as censorship. I think that's something that, especially when Twitter got acquired, was like a big thing. And like research into, and I'm a bit of a nerd on this topic. I wrote like a long paper on disinformation, but like it goes back to the early 2000s of trying to stifle research on it, because like media companies benefit, politicians can benefit by having that information out there. And so like you don't make money by being boring. You don't keep power by being boring.
Now, what I will say about younger, I think Mamdani is a great example, though, of understanding how, and I do think younger people can use these sorts of unfair, outsized, inscrutable algorithm logic behind the scenes. They can learn how to gamify it because they've lived on it. They spent the last 400 years on how to create that attention for good, right? And what is that? I went to go see Abdul El-Said speak when he was in town, and one of the things he said was, what he's learned is politics is the alchemy of attention and ethics to create change. And I thought that's really brilliant, and that's really the positive side of folks who actually know your youth, who understand how to use the algorithms to get the right attention in the right spots and quickly. I mean, you're seeing him move very quickly in New York, right?
He's everywhere.
And well, I mean, his policies are moving quickly, right? These the same people who will tell you that we need a feasibility study that lasts 8 years. He's doing it in real time with pilot programs. So I mean, there's pluses still. I think there's always a little bright spot where the crack is, right? You can let the light in a little bit, but I don't think it's sustainable in the long term for sure, right? Without regulation.
I keep seeing on my social media pages, like I see videos of him like really everywhere. Like it's like he's like one of the most active politicians I've ever seen. Like it's like
He's got a great media team, and they're really savvy about how to harvest that attention for change. I mean,
the thing that, I don't know, I feel like the elder here sitting going back, way back, before the internet, before cell phones, before, answering machines. My home phone had a party line. I mean, if you want to make a call, you picked it up to see if the neighbor was talking, and if they were talking, you hung up and answered later. I know, I miss a lot of things, but the fairness doctrine, when it came out about let's be fair, then we can go clear back to the John Birch Society, and you follow along the path of, okay, now, no, we're just going to take that away. We're going to use it now. Now that we know what it is, now fairness means the right side and the wrong side need to get equal attention. And the wrong side, I mean, I'm sorry, there's a moral right and wrong. But the people who are on that moral wrong side, they get 50%, they get equal time to the people who are correct, with fact, morally right, have a solution. That's where the problem came in. And it started Fox News. I mean, it started, as soon as we got cable news and we got cable news channels,
It
that's when
became
it started.
entertainment, and that's all. And
Yes. And it was like,
they've
we're
admitted
fair.
it.
No, you're not.
In a lawsuit, right?
Yeah, they had to pay. And that's the thing, is that they're not showing their viewership that, hey, we settled a lawsuit and had to admit that we are entertainment purposes only. They're not gonna advertise that, and so people don't see it. Just like I know CNN also had a lawsuit that they settled at one point. I didn't see that until somebody on the other side was like, well, CNN, and I was like, well, okay, Fox News too then. It's all of them. But I think those types of settlements should be, I don't think they should be able to keep them confidential. I think the public has a right to know, because we are influenced by these, they have so much power and influence over us. There has to be some transparency there. There has to be some regulation there. And I think you step into that responsibility when you gain that much of a following, right? Like, we have a responsibility as candidates for office. It's not put upon us, because I watch other politicians share propaganda. I watch them spin misinformation. I watch them, fluff up their resumes and whatever. And I've never seen people that can lie. Lawyers get a bad rap, but they don't lie like this. I'll tell you that much. At least the ones that I've dealt with, they're not like this. But this stuff that I've seen, I mean, it's just unreal. And it's like, how do you just sit there and lie like that to people without even flinching,
I wonder, lying in a broad context on the internet to a reporter, to a camera or something, how do they do? I wonder how these people do lying.
I bet they did it just the same way.
No, I mean, I just wonder, because that's one of my things I have done with candidates who are now. It's like, I'm gonna shake your hand. I want to look you in the eye, and I want to ask you why you're doing what you're doing. Why are you running for office? And it's very interesting, the feeling I get from their response when there's a dichotomy between their words and there's something that is inauthentic, and I think authenticity every time, but we have so little. You can feel it.
Okay.
Yeah, within 15 seconds of talking to the politician, you can tell.
My other beginning.
Oh, okay.
When you meet someone new, you shake their hand like you're meeting a candidate, they're asking for your vote. If they find out that you're nobody important, they're looking over your shoulder to see who the next person is they can shake their hand, and I always feel that.
Hey, I've seen
From
it.
elected officials like you.
I've seen it too. You can always tell when they don't care who you are anymore, because they figured out that they can't get something from you.
That's it. That's
And
exactly.
that's what is so messed up. It's like, because when I started, I'm like, I don't need to go, kissing butt to people that have big money. I need to go talk to the voters. These are the people that I need to understand what they need from me, and they need to know who I am. There needs to be some level of trust developed there. But if these people aren't willing to come and meet us, even if we can't do anything for them, even if we can't afford to donate to their campaign, there's a problem here. And this is why I've decided I'm all about publicly funded campaigns now. Like, there's just no way around it.
That's the first.
Well, I think we have, even if we don't be publicly funded, I think we absolutely have a cap. And everybody gets to the cap. It's a reasonable cap for regular people, and there is nothing else.
Nothing more.
Everybody does the same amount. No PACs, none of that.
Canadian elections, they are only a brief period of time because they expect their citizens to pay attention to what's going on all year.
Yeah.
Now, we expect them to pay attention to the campaign all year, but not their government.
Well, I saw a number where 73% of the time of an elected official is spent fundraising and campaigning. I mean, it's absurd. I mean, that's on off cycle.
And that was before Citizens United came in and made our money speech, their speech, and it's all, unless we can change that.
Yeah, I think there's a lot we can do to change that. There really
No,
is.
there
It's
really
gonna take
is.
some creativity, but
that bravery on the voter side to say, you know what, maybe this person is exactly who the political would pick maybe they're not practiced in every small mannerism from, Ivy League schools and connected with the consultant class and the donor class. That takes bravery on the side of the voters. And I get those questions in my inbox every single day. Who are you supporting? Who are you supporting? I tell them every time, I'm not gonna even tell you who I voted for. I'm telling you to go find out, talk to these people, get a feeling for them. And then if you're even remotely interested in a grassroots candidate, vote that way. Vote that way. It's
When
really.
I was real involved in party, the central committee and all that stuff back in the day, and then I retired and did, well, you know what happened on my retirement, I came back to grassroots. I came back to why not indivisible is the group that I started with, and we're nonpartisan. We're all Democrats, but I'm some socialist Democrat, or, I mean, we all are progressive people, nonpartisan progressives, but that's what's started. I think at the bottom of everybody's tired of talking.
Well, Indivisible has a great program this year where maybe not your organization, but some indivisibles, local indivisibles are endorsing grassroots.
With a small group has been on consensus. And if you run a small group that needs to decide things by consensus, you don't have to do anything.
Yeah.
And there are too many of it. We won't, we want to say. Just that we thought our purpose is to only encourage engagement. And voting.
Yeah.
And voting.
We're kind of something.
Yeah, I think
It feels like that. Some of the stuff, like I could answer whatever I want. There's no commitment that I actually have to, like, I'm honest, but I feel like you could just give them the answer that you think they want to hear. And I'm certain that that's what a lot of parents do. And just unfortunate that the whole endorsement process opens up the larger fund. I mean, that's how that's out from in the fundraising world, right? Because the endorsement part is an intrinsic part of fundraising. And then if you don't get the endorsement, you can't get the larger national fundraising dollars. And then turned around and said, well, you're not a serious candidate because you can't raise funds. Raise funds all day long if I have folks who are willing to build coalition with me. So yeah, I mean, and like I said, it's certainly not one indivisible. It's all in the metro. And I don't know, I didn't hear how, nationally actually we're a part of this program because I'd be interested to hear you were also not wanting to be,
a lot of people were not interested in the partisan aspect of it because a lot of people joined into this because it was just us from the bottom. I mean, we had things to say and we wanted to figure out what we wanted to say. And I think it's my family playing his guitar and singing as bad as you're right. I mean, that's a council. Yes, he was, but
Unfortunately, it was quite corporate. That's the hard way.
Oh, yes, we all knew that from what county all knew that too. But he listened to us, he paid attention, he wasn't going to show up here. And I marched for him and paraded to get him reelected because we have no. We got some things happening here, so we could join events and all that stuff. When they split the district, sure doesn't show, she doesn't show up for stuff, do things with John. Yeah, yes, that's another point to it too. Yeah.
It's okay today.
We, well, we're trying to bring it together and unify us as a county. Not like who vote for what, where you live and all this stuff. We are a county. We have a Kansas, 99 employees. The statistic that all this, the blooming, the first time I heard it was Attorney General last time. If Wyandotte County showed up with it.
And I think that's why we see a lot of like younger people that don't want to come out and vote. And they've said, we're not gonna come vote for, they're not gonna do the vote blue no matter who. And like I've said before, I used to be really mad at them for it because we ended up here and I didn't want to end up here. But we're not gonna help you keep your safety. And I think that's right. Learn about this, the more that they try to keep out candidates who do speak to those young people and who those young people working for. And we got a problem. And I said have a democracy anymore. We got two groups that want to be kingmakers and they're fighting over our votes. And we mean nothing to them. But it's too many of them. Right. And that's how it's there's too much parties old. And it's I've met some amazing people. And when I'm talking about it, I'm talking about the gatekeepers. I'm talking about the people that want to.
I understand.
Not the people that are on the ground doing the work. Because I've met some amazing people that do amazing. Forget to say that because I'm not talking about these people that are. But it's really, I mean, those are the people that if they can take this back and they can make it right, but we have to let them do it. You know, we have to allow them.
Well, it's a non-negotiable. I know a lot of people, a lot of the younger people who are lying. I don't like any of them. One's just as bad as the other, so I won't participate, right? And that's, we need, it's our job to convince them. And I have said the whole time, it has been my job over the past year, trying to convince them why they should vote for Democrats, because there's not a single Republican advocating for anything. So that's great. Yeah, sure, that's it.
Scott.
Yeah, fine.
You're always the sound.
Okay. My phone. I have like 30 minutes.
Thank you.
I feel like it's so different on live.
We're just trying to. Sorry.
Okay.
And also, Sarah, you're the candidate is running it as a president.
I am. Yes, I am. And I voted for her 4 times. Yes. Okay, I have not the worst.
Yes, and so, yeah, I'm very curious about you because he's kind of disappointed me in the last couple
Yeah.
times.
Thank you.
And so, especially like thinking to something like money from some organizations that I'm not very convinced about.
Yeah.
Sophia, I'm gonna try that right there.
So,
Yeah,
so what kind of are you running on this there? So like as a different.
I'm running on gas fumes at this point. We're at the end. No,
I know, you got the.
I'm running because for me, the very personal with the ICE votes. She voted to quote unquote unblock the government in the first of February, and it had significant ICE funding in it.
Yes.
And we had Democrats who were standing up for it, against it, and
Yeah.
she was just one of those, even though someone off district throughout District 3.
Yeah.
Right.
We are against it. Yeah.
Significant immigrant population.
Yes.
For suffering, right? And personally, I know people who came that had their paperwork in order, but are now, their children are crying themselves to sleep. They won't go to ice cream. They can't take their 7-year-old to ice cream because he cries because he's worried you're going to, he's gonna get.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a real human cost.
Mhm.
They act like these things are, I think that's what makes me get so animated is a lot of times you hear about all this kind of politics of, sorry, do you need to hold that?
They want us to pass the mic around to whoever's speaking, so they can't hear everybody.
Okay, you hear about, these sort of armchair, political strategists, like, well, they don't have as much money as that, and she was on these committees, and you can have every committee
Yeah.
membership in the world. If I still have people in my district whose children are afraid to go to school, because their parents might get taken, I don't care what committee you're on. And so you might get a little angry.
And so to say you are against the ICE funding.
100%. It's really the galvanizing issue for me. It's the reason I entered the race.
And what about data centers in our area as well?
Absolutely.
About those, because I know like there's been some votes, from as well for our area, and a lot of us are no on that as well. And
So I'm actually called for a data center, a hyperscale data center moratorium. And immediately I got some trolls in the comments saying I was hopping on buzzwords. I have a 25-year career in technology, right? I know what I'm talking about. I've worked in regular data centers and worked in regular like backup server farms, those sorts of things. This is a new animal. AI data centers are a new animal, and they have it really cuts at the heart of rural America, right? Because this is and then all of that for the honor of then losing your job to AI. I mean, you just can't come up with a worse deal for rural America. So, and I will tell you this too, being on the ground, you and I know what we think on the left, but on the right, this is absolutely radicalizing the right in rural America.
It's the unit, but like this is one of the issues that bring us all together. None of us are comfortable with what's going on. We all need answers. Even if you can see, okay, maybe there's a national security interest that we have to balance. And we got to talk about that. But it's got to be at the consent of the people. We cannot just shove things through against the people's will. And behind their backs, it's the transparency for a lot of it, to me.
Shell companies, yes.
And there's so many questions left. And as a mom, like I'm going, look, I don't care how much money the city's gonna make. I want to know, are my kids gonna have clean water? Are they gonna have electricity? that they can afford. Are they gonna have a job that I care about? The rest of it, there.
I feel like I'm at my age right now, like hiring with like, college kids or high school kids is like.
And I've gone up to him and said, hey, I'm Sarah, I'm super liberal compared to you. We're not gonna agree on anything else, but this year, let's make a pact. You are not voting for somebody who is not extremely clear on their policies against hyperscale data centers. And the nods and the agreement are absolutely authentic and real. These folks are not voting for data centers, period, end of story. So yeah, I agree with you, but I also think the practical side of things understands that this is probably not going anywhere. But that's why you come to the table with demanding a moratorium, telling you're gonna tax the hell out of them. You don't start from the middle of the road. You don't start there. That's the negotiated spot, right? You start from the absolute, I'm not giving you any negotiation, because certainly that's what they do on the other side of the aisle, right?
They're the billionaire companies. They can figure it out. Like you make it worth my while, not the other way around. I'm not going to, because like I said, I don't care if you have a data center or not. Not my problem.
That's right.
I can use filing cabinets if I need to. But like this is yeah, I'm just it's it's not just the data centers, right? They're pushing through other projects behind people that.
So yeah, all the environment, I mean, but it goes like, I mean, maybe I'm very liberal, but like, I believe we still haven't done enough for companies today who are using all of these resources of ours and also using, products and things that can't be recycled, like they should be taxed for things that, are not renewable, things that take our resources. And today these companies get away with, utilizing all of that and destroying our environment and, making record profits off of it.
And they use like money to pay all of the lawsuits.
Yeah.
And we get fined if we get stuff.
It supports a lot of this class. That's and so we had a Kansas bill last year which essentially put the target on every small town SPAC in Kansas, where it was a $250 million or more data center, it would get a tax.
So, yeah.
And so, I mean, what did we expect, right? You literally put a target on the back of all these places that barely have a lawyer on staff.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, again, it isn't the people, like, I don't know if you guys know any farmers or some of the steel makers you will find. But the leadership in town simply doesn't have the kind of resources to fight and determine when a deal is bad, because they don't have those kinds of lawyers, they don't have that kind of time, they don't have those dedicated full-time positions. They are literally, the target for that reason. And without having a statewide or a national-wide moratorium, that just travels right down to the next. They literally have boilerplate templates for these development agreements, and they that's not a company that's interested in bringing jobs. That's not a.
Interested in bringing jobs, and they were worried about the next generation, and they wanted to pass something along and make it grow and build and make it better. I saw a time in my life where even large corporations are like, okay, what can we get now for you right now? I don't care about.
I don't want to hear you're a patriot.
If you don't want to pay taxes, I'm not interested. You're not a patriot. Your company is not a patriot company. I don't care about any of that. It's all bluster. There was real cost sharing. Yeah. Yeah.
Programs, and, you know, things were going good, and then.
Profit sharing, not cost sharing.
Ronald Reagan, I voted for Jimmy Carter, was my first vote, never been prouder, and since Ronald.
That one's aged well, hasn't it? Yeah. It really has.
I also have been saying to a lot of people lately, I have learned more about a candidate when they lose an election than I knew about them when they win. So all of you candidates, and I'm not here because I have run on campaigns where at the end you go, well, we're not going to lose, we're going to win. But I have always known myself in a little place that, okay, what are you going to do afterwards? That says more about you.
That's right.
Some people lose and disappear. That says perhaps.
I heard from Kamala.
Yeah.
I'm persuaded.
She hasn't disappeared and she won't disappear. But I have seen other losing candidates that when they lost, it was such an hit to their ego.
Yeah.
That they retreated and I understand you need to take some time. You need to think about it. You need to figure out what you're going to do. But then do something. Don't
do something.
Don't just back off. See in your community, another organization, run for another position, go to a meeting. Continue to show up. That's why that indivisible started from the beginning. Continuing to show up. And we do a lot of places.
That's right.
That's a lot of why it takes us to continue to show
Well,
up.
there's so many other ways to do it, right? You don't have to,
Yes.
like, this is something that,
Absolutely.
and I genuinely, I was for a long time, I was speaking out, and my friend had asked me to run before. My kids were so small, and even now they're small, and I'm like, they're sacrificing, they have sacrificed so much for this. And I hope they understand at some point why mommy had to do what mommy had to do. But it was just one of those things I can't sit out. But like, I'm not going to shut up. I haven't shut up for at least 8 years now. And so I'm not like, whatever this is, we still got to keep going. There's still a fight to be had. You know,
We're just fine. I'm telling you right now, we have a progressive coalition that's building in places where they didn't think there were progressives. And you know why they didn't think there were progressives? Because they didn't have any money, because they have a line of people keeping money away from the progressives. We are going to change that. That is going to be different. We are going to be up and down the ballot. We are going to show that progressives live in this district, live in this part, live in this state. And this state has the birthright to lead the country on an ethical politics. We were born here for that. So
And the thing is, they try to say it's progressives, there won't be a voting base for them, but the rural people, the urban, the people, right? The people, we all agree on most things. It's these hot button issues that they use intentionally to keep us divided. But when you get down to the nitty gritty of it, I've got a lady that voted for Trump who shares my posts on data centers. We talk about how we fix these things. We don't necessarily, she doesn't agree with me on getting to Medicare for all. She thinks we go about it another way, but we both agree, hey, our healthcare system is broken and this is not sustainable. So it's those conversations we can have. Okay, you don't think we should do it this way. Well, how do you think we should do it? Let's figure it out. Let's come to the table. No more of this. Well, if you think Medicare for all is the way, I'm not going to speak to you again. We can't do that. That's not how you move forward as a society. So disagree with me all day, but have the conversation about why you disagree with me. Let's look at the numbers. Let's look at the facts, and let's come up with the truth of the matter, you know? But that's just not what they want us to do, and they've kept us from doing it. But now we realize what they're doing to us, and so we're taking it upon ourselves to come together. And I do think, I've said from the beginning, it's going to be we the people that take this country back, and that's how it's going to go, truly.
and I believe that too, right? We have to have those conversations. But this idea.
Absolutely, because if there's any disappointment, I think it has to be.
Sorry, my
That's not to our part.
Okay, I'm trying to.
But that's what we're designed for.
Okay, I'm trying to
You know, personal.
closer. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, but.
Somebody.
About it. And I know a lot of that is the constant chaos of
Yes,
today,
it is, and it's
right?
designed.
And that's the way it's designed, is to make us so overwhelmed. But like, we have to continue, like, it's us, the people, who have to make this change. Like, we can't rely on our candidates to do it. We have to force you guys to do it. And like, Americans, for some reason, are so scared to do that. Like, I don't understand why we don't understand that they work for us.
That's right. That's
We
right.
determine what your policies are and what you take to Washington, not the other way around, not the special interest giving you money, you know? And so until we decide that we are gonna do that, it's a constant problem. And so it's up to us, to Americans, to make this change.
Well, if I can help you feel maybe a little bit more hopeful, and probably would echo me too on the ground, independents are paying attention
Yes.
because they're uncomfortable. And as everybody's uncomfortable. And when independents are paying attention, when they want town halls, when they want to hear from their officials, things change. Because that's the biggest voting bloc.
We also need some of the biggest voting groups, like young people coming out. I'm still considered young. I'm in my mid-40s, but like we need the younger people coming out to vote because it's the people that are older than me that continue to come out in the numbers. My group comes out, you know, in fair numbers, but still not great. But we have large numbers of young people behind us that are just not voting because they don't feel like their votes matter or that anything happens. And so we've got to start coming and participating in our government.
100%. We've got to give them something.
How do we give them messages to let them know, like, you've got to be participating in this? This is the only way that change happens.
The only way we get them to come out is if we give them something to vote for.
Real
Is if
policy.
they
Yeah.
feel
They
like,
want-
yeah, they feel like they're being represented. Otherwise, it's not going to work.
Well, and I think that like a lot of young people are engaged. It's just not necessarily through the typical political process. It's working with whatever like organizations they agree with. And like, I know a lot of people will say like, oh, I don't get involved in like protests and stuff, or like don't get involved with politics. But I think also need to realize like it's both. Like people need to be
how involved their politics is. That politics is literally in every aspect of our lives today. And so it's making that message and making it clear to understand how politics is involved in their daily lives.
Yeah, I think that's really important to note that the activists of today are the voters of tomorrow. And we have to get that activist pipeline into the voting public. And I will tell you, DSA has many detractors, but I will tell you that world is bringing young people into politics. Whether or not you agree with their new platform or whatever you want to say about them, it is engaging young people and they can decide them for themselves, their route forward. But the fact is, we haven't had a Democratic Party that could do that with that group, right? The MAGA side of the world was able to do that in the last election. So say what we will about that. If we're smart within the party, we look at some of that methodology and we bring it in, and exactly what Anna's saying, give them actual policies that speak to the problems they're experiencing. Housing costs. These kids cannot move out of their parents' homes. They cannot get health insurance on their own. They can't afford to. Student loans. I mean, it's absurd to me that we have the kind of usury level interest rates that we have on student loans. I'm not opposed to people paying for school. I don't think people like social workers and teachers and folks that we absolutely need to have those disciplines, those people shouldn't be paying for that at all. Those are
loan forgiveness programs, right?
Yes.
Used to, they would entice you to come to rural areas where there was high need by forgiving your loans if you worked a certain amount of time. And now I don't think they do any of that.
The actual program for that, though, paid at such a low percentage because it was created under the Bush era, and it was owned by a Congress that was largely Republican during that time. I don't love to use that language, but the truth is it's a great program, underfunded time and time again. It was like 8% of people actually ever got applicants. I know that because I worked in nonprofits, literally 6 months less than I would have needed to be eligible for that program. And but I was doing really important work, right? Like I was running a student emergency loan fund for homeless people in college, people who couldn't pay their bills, couldn't buy books. We ran low interest rate loans for them that are 120 days. Our default rate was like 3%. What does that tell you? poor people take care of the programs they utilize. They take care of us. They take care of each other. Like we can trust people to use these programs sustainably. But yeah, I mean, I went off on a tangent about the fact that youth are looking for those kinds of policies, right? And that kind of care from their politicians, because ultimately you're not a politician, you're a legislator. And it does seem to be forgotten sometimes in the mix.
Yeah. I want to give a shout out right now to the young people. Get out and vote. You know what? We are listening to you. And is we got old folks making all the decisions in the world and refusing to retire. And they don't have to live in this world after, but we all do. So let's come together and figure this out. We want you with us. We want to do this with you, not for you, because it's not what I can do, it's what we can do. So get out and vote, people.
I started my social media pages for people to go and vote, because I think it's part of text. I went and voted for you and for Sarah and Cindy Wilshire. So that's
I haven't been to vote yet. Have you been to vote yet?
I did. We both got my boots.
Well, thank you. You got on Friday? Yeah, I'm really glad you came. Thank you so much for coming. Yeah, absolutely.
I've got my family on board to vote for both of you.
All right.
And my aunt is going to vote on election day for both of you. So I'll get this on board with you guys.
It makes sense. We're having our watch party at a place called Strips Chicken.
Oh,
It sounds okay. Good. Yeah, I'm told it's G-rated. So you're welcome to come if you're around 6:30 to 10. I think is what they've said. So, yeah, it should be fun. So I know it's 7 days. 7 days.
Crazy.
I'm gonna see what happens.
If you like this, tell your neighbors, tell your friends. And
That's the biggest thing is what
tell them what your impression was. And thanks for being a part of the community that's invested and engaged and really having a big change.
Coming out,
Yeah.
you know, and listening to us.
Absolutely.
You know, so.
Absolutely.
You are us. So I think,
Best of luck.
yeah.
Thank you.
I did some your this weekend.
Oh, nice. Okay.
In my thoughts, so.
Wonderful.
Well, thank you for doing that too. Yeah, that's huge. That's huge.
Yeah.
Really, absolutely.
Yes.
Remember.
All right. Thank you.
Really nice to meet you. Thank you so much for coming and chatting.
Thank you.
Past several weeks since I have met you and Sarah, I have been going door to door, like doing lit drops, door knocking. I've been dropping off signs. In fact, last week, I don't know if it was Friday, I went to Lawrence to drop off a poster and a sign. I got to Lawrence around like 4 o'clock. I was back in Kansas City around like 4:57 because I took I-70 East back to Kansas City where the speed limit was 75. I hold that. But you know, being the one woman street team for Sarah has truly changed my perspective on, you know, life and has helped me sort of get to know like what I want to do in my life. Like, because now it's like I really want to, I'm thinking about majoring in political science or sociology. Like I look up to Sarah and I look up to you as well, Anne, and I want to fight for the change that we need and deserve. And I want to go into government because, you know, I've always had a strong sense of justice. So it's like when I see something that's wrong, it's like it makes me angry, but it's like I can use that anger and turn it into action and try and make a change because change is important to me. And especially when it comes to healthcare, because I've been dealing with a situation in healthcare that recently pissed me off and I want to make a change so bad. It's like, I think healthcare companies should not be for profit. I mean, because that can impact patient care, which can lead to issues.
First time they were.
It's like, it makes me really mad. It's like, but I think now, like, you know, working on this campaign, I figured out like I want to follow in Sarah's footsteps. I want to follow in Anne's footsteps. I want to do what they're doing. And I want to work my ass off to do that. And I think I'm going to. So
I love it.
Well, welcome to
Need
the
you in it.
so excited.
I need you in it.
Your energy. That's how we're making changes here.
I mean, what tips do you guys have for people who want to go into this type of field?
I guess for me, you can do it even if you have no idea what you're doing, because I've never done this before. And look at us. Don't let that stop you. Don't let the fear stop you. Don't let the uncertainty stop you. Any profession that you go into, you're gonna have to learn, right? So even if people make it look like they know what they're doing, a lot of times grown-ups are just winging it. So just know that we're all just trying to figure it out. Some of us make it look better. Some of us make it look like I make it look, so that other people have the confidence to do better. And they're like, hey, if she can do it, I'm going to do it. No. But it's
easy telling
that's true story. Like I said in the beginning, I'm just gonna keep my head down and keep doing what I think is right. And I've just been honest. And that makes it actually so much easier to do this, because if you have to try to spin things and come up with laws and whatever, and yeah, that means that sometimes people don't like what you say, but at least the truth, like you gain some level of respect for a person, even if they're telling you the truth, even if they know that's not what you want to hear. But I don't know how these people do all that spinning stuff. I don't have the energy for making stuff. I just want to see.
no memory for lies.
I got no, yeah, I can't be something I'm not. I can't pretend to be something else. I don't have the energy for that. But yeah, I think that's 100% right. Do what you feel is right. Always do that. Lead with that. And my father-in-law told me at one point, because I've gone to them several times for wisdom, and he said, if you just do what is right, then God will be on your side. And so I've kept that with me. Yeah, I can just 100% believe that.
Yeah, I would echo all of those things and just remember your why. And I think that's about really what Anne's talking about there, is remember your why, because then you don't ever have to be tempted to lie, because you are always coming from a place of truth and authenticity of why you are doing this. For me, and I think for Anne, I don't want to speak for her, but we always have vulnerable people in mind out here talking policy. We are out here saying what we're doing out here running. The most important thing for me is to make sure that folks' voices are heard that aren't typically heard when we're talking about who raised the most money and who knows who and who got endorsed. All forgotten in the midst of that, right, are immigrant kids, right? Are folks who are scared to go to work, folks whose families are being decimated a half a world away, whose tax dollars go to torturing children, with moms, right? Where we are literally struggling mortgage for our groceries. So really is that. It's about just staying focused on, and it's really easier to take the attacks too, because like you can attack me all day long. It really, I'm not doing that for me. It's not about I'm doing this for people who can't do this, right? Like I have the ability to do this. I've been blessed with 1,700 and what are the 1,700 I needed to file, right? And a time to cultivate a following online. I've been blessed with being able to speak in public and following politics my whole life and government my whole life. I've always been I was a weird kid. I stayed home to watch the Iran-Contra hearings and the Clarence Thomas hearings when I was like little. I was a weird kid. But I knew even then, like, these folks are not worried about us. And what is that disconnect, right? What is that disconnect between what's happening in my living room and what I'm seeing on the TV screen? How is that not reflecting what we need? So, yeah, I've thought that stuff for a long time. So if you are interested as a young person, please do exactly what you're doing. Join a campaign, do a phone bank for Anne. It takes 45 minutes of your day. Stop scrolling I'm talking to myself, I'm talking to middle-aged people who have terrible scrolling habits as well. But like, do that and build. And if you build community, which is what I think one of the best things about our campaigns has been, we have built community here. And that community to that gal's earlier point is not going anywhere. And I'm not dropping the ball post election. We have way too much momentum to drop the ball. I mean, all that is up in the air, but I can tell you, I can tell you that we are building a coalition of Democratic Party movers and shakers that I think, I can't say anybody, but I think you would be shocked by, because they understand the gap I'm talking about. And they know that this can't last forever. What they're doing can't last forever. It's not sustainable. And so yeah, they want to have talks. They want to talk about the next step. Great. I'm all for it. But what I won't be for is taking our progressives who have their hearts in the right spot, their ethics in the right spot, and making them lick boots of the donor class and take the teeth off that. I'm not doing that. Right? That's the one thing I can tell you right now. I'm not doing that part. We are going to make sure there's money for progressives to run with and infrastructure for progressives to run with in Kansas. Because if we've seen nothing, we've shown that there is demand for it. So
One thing that just makes me laugh is like when Republicans are like mad, like I'm sorry, like when Republicans are mad, or specifically like Trump or Ty Masterson or Roger Marshall, it just makes them look smaller. Like
this is literally my favorite joke that somebody tells me. She said it one time, like, yeah, it's really true. Like, these are small men and they look smaller when they're upset.
I don't mind. Like the people that have done this to us, yeah, I'll make fun of them all day. But
I can name names.
we gotta differentiate that between the people on the ground that genuinely, I mean, I've realized it's all smoke and mirrors. It's all just dog and pony shows. There's nothing real. And that's one of the things that I've said. I just want somebody normal to go represent me. I don't care what you look like. I don't care about your plastic surgery. I don't care if you look like Ice Barbie or not. Like, just when did we get so off track? If you want to be in Hollywood, go to Hollywood and be pretty and go to a beauty pageant. I don't care what you look like if you're going to DC to serve me. I don't care if you're the ugliest daggone person I've ever met in my life. If you're the most competent and you're going to work for me, that's who I want. You be ugly. That's what I want. I want ugly people.
one thing that I saw on Sarah's page, like I watched the podcast where she was on with Kansas Helen, and she said in the podcast that I think it was, I forgot who it was, but she was what, controversial or maybe, I'm not sure. She's like you said that you were able to call someone a disappointment, and that it made you just so happy.
Oh, Sam Brown.
Sam Brown.
Oh, that was really fun. There's a few there. Yeah, it was a good time, guys. It was after he. Very few things in life bring me more joy than calling politicians to the carpet in person when they don't have an entourage around them. And God put me in this very specific place to get to talk to Sam Brownback, who is a Catholic like myself. And this was during the first Trump era, right? First administration. And he had been appointed some bonkers title like King of religious freedom. That's what it was. And he and I were at a totally non-political event. He was with his daughter-in-law, and so I didn't say anything all day. I was respectful. It was a family time, right? At the end of the event, it's just we're all packing up to leave, and we all had our stuff, and it's just him and me. He doesn't think I know who he is. Yeah. I get to go up to him. I'm like, Sam Brownback, right? He's like, yeah, because in a politician when they're recognized, they're just like, and he's got this little bucket hat on, quite interesting moment. And I was like, so you're the reason that my husband can't get health insurance. You're the reason. So do you think? And this was when we had gotten Pope Francis. I'm like, do you think Pope Francis would support the policies of this administration? I'm pretty sure he wouldn't. And yeah, I said, you are the worst governor in my lifetime of Kansas. And he's, immediately was like, I mean, because he did not know what to say. He did not have his handlers. He did not have this buffer, right? And he had to stand there and look at Kansan in the eye and answer for his political crimes. And I have to tell you, it was really, really rich. And it made me realize that I could do something like this. Like, I'm not afraid of these people, and you shouldn't be afraid of these people. You should, I mean, you should treat them as human beings who are doing the wrong thing, which is you go to them and you tell them why they're doing the wrong thing. It's not even about that. It is about these are policies that actually hurt people. Like, there's real lives impacted here. And recently I got to, and this was at the NAACP in Bonner Springs. Chris Kobach had to listen to me talk about how we need to abolish ICE and how the abuses in Kansas are out of hand. And he had to stand there in the back of the room and listen to that. And I was really happy about that. He couldn't go anywhere. He's a captive audience. There's just moments you get on the campaign trail that just feel real good. And that was one of them, you know.
Literally blocked me on Twitter last election cycle because I asked him how he was going to fund schools if he stopped taxing Kansas.
Yeah, it's true, right? Like, I think Missouri's getting ready to find this out, right? Missouri just passed this.
They're scared of the voters. These politicians are scared of y'all, okay? Like, they are genuinely scared. They cannot handle questions. And I'll tell you this, I told Mr. Beat the other day, I said, you do not need brains to run for office. And this one, I'll tell you, Sophia, this is for you too. You don't need brains to run for office. All you need is money and somebody to tell you what to say. And that's something that I have a real big problem with, because we need people that actually know what they're doing and can think. And that's why I say, you know, I don't care what you look like. I care about your substance. I care about the words that are coming out of your mouth. I care about what you're going to do for me, who you are as a person. Because we've come up with this system where they create characters to sell us. And I've watched it happen in my own race, and I can't prove it. So I'm not going to call it out. But I know that it happens because they tried to do it with me. I hired people and they were like, you got to be like this. I have a friend who's got their best friends running for judge in another state, and she happens to be bisexual, but she's married. And quite frankly, who cares even if she wasn't married? But they told her, really play up the fact that you're bi. Nobody cares, y'all. Nobody, to the consultants out there, we don't give a crap about the demographics anymore. We want people that are going to work for us, that know what they're doing, that are competent. We don't want you to sell us a character. We want real people to work for us. That's it. There's a soapbox.
Yeah, and the consultant class, I mean, I don't want to get too hopeful, but I feel like we run a few campaigns like this, you guys, and we start to really encroach on the stranglehold that the consultant class has within the party.
Money off of these elections. I'll tell you, one guy reached out to me very early on, told me if I wanted to hire him, I'd have to have $3 million in the bank. And I said, that's hilarious. But it's just the amount of money that is being made off of the American people's elections. You guys, it is abhorrent. We have got to stop it, whether it's we stop it because of me, or we stop it because of Sarah, or we stop it because this is just the step that we take forward. We're not stopping. We are going to take this country back. But this money, it is unreal. If y'all see the amount of money that goes into this crap, while we're telling people who can't afford to put food on their table, that we don't have money to help them, or who can't take their kids to get the health care that they need, or they're facing bankruptcy if they do, while we've got grandma who's deciding, okay, I'm not going to take my pill today because I can't afford it every day of the week, or I'm only going to take half. We got people dying, and we're pouring money into smear campaigns and tearing people apart and putting up BS politicians who don't know what the hell they're doing, and they just answer to the people that are donating to them. This is bass backwards, y'all, and we got to fix it.
Yeah. How much was it to run a poll? Somebody reached out to me to run a poll. I mean, guys, guess what? I don't actually care. I go out in the community. I don't need focus groups. I go into the community and talk to people. I'm an activist. I show up at their events. I help them with their issues that they're working on. It's not a mystery what people want or need. I mean, it really isn't. To act like we had to pay some consultant class to figure that out is, I think, boy, that's really one of the like signs of decline in, being the voice of the people. So
Real quick, what you got there? I'm gonna bounce out. I got a CLE, which is my continuing legal education. It starts at noon. It's ethics, by the way. So hint to some of these politicians, you might want to take some. But I will see you guys after that. We're gonna go. Is anybody going to Leavenworth with me? Miranda's going, so I'll swing by and pick her up, and then we'll head out. But anyway, so I'm gonna pass you guys off. Thanks for joining us, and I will see you guys here in a bit. I'm still awake, just in case anybody's keeping record. I'm talking to them.
all right, say hello to my people in Leavenworth. That's where I grew up. Am I running this now? All right. Okay. I'm trying to remember. Is that what we decided?
Yeah, I thought that she Anne was going to, I think, what time is it?
It's time for us to live stream. You know what? I drive home. It's time for you to get a watch.
Are you going to live stream home?
Yeah, we very much started. You could be anything, but I don't know if we.
Yeah, we're gonna do
Questions or.
Okay.
Yeah, we tell you guys. But I could MC if you want and ask you.
Sure.
Okay, so I don't need to hop on. Yeah. Nope, I'll get on when I leave the house to go get ready. All right.
All righty.
Yeah. You made a very good point earlier.
Yeah.
You were talking about how we have to create the system that reflects us and not the people who pay into it.
That's right.
And I understand that money drives a lot of things and builds a lot of concrete things. But if they are no good for the common good,
Right.
One of the great questions that I heard someone ask Ann was, if you had to choose between what was good for the common good and not all that great for campus, how would you vote? I never heard the answer, but these are questions that we're forced to answer. Like it has to be A or B.
It's true.
We can't compromise anymore. We can't talk about the issues anymore. We can't decide what's best going forward for the country. We have to do it one corporation at a time, like there are divisions that need
exactly what they are.
Needs met and their hands held.
That's exactly
I mean,
what they are.
you made a great point. I think it's, you're the candidate, so
Yeah.
keep going after it, and you will gather like minds around you.
I agree. And it's already been my experience, right? Like, what they'll tell you is there's a lot of like elitism, right? Like, oh, she's a product management technology. She's not a lawyer. We went to Cornell. I mean, that's true. That's very true, right? But I've been a working person for 30 years. I have real world experience in making deals, right? Like, yeah.
You're just having to deal with ingrained, indoctrinated perception.
That's exactly what
of what it is. And I hate to say this, but it may just ruin my credibility entirely. But what we have, even with the Constitution of the United States, we made it up. We're all getting behind it because we decided this was the best thing at the time for structuring a new government. Now, every 4 years or every 2 years, we have an opportunity to adjust those documents, given how we now feel, given how we now update. So we have to keep aware of our predisposition and how it's going to affect us going forward. If you're just locked into, no, nothing can change, you're part of the problem, not part of the issue.
Well, one side of the aisle is, we are always willing to read the Constitution liberally or with, not to the letter of the law if it benefits our personal agenda, right? And I think that's where we've lost the plot a bit, right? So collectivism does have a place, right? We need to understand that this country is a group project, right? Like it is a group project. But I will also say in the same breath that bipartisanship is not a destination in and of itself, right? And that seems to have been forgotten. That it really, somebody told me this the other day, like, I'm going home, I'm gonna walk in the middle of the road. This is classically the safest place to be is, walking home in the middle of the road. We all had moms who told us to stay out of the middle of the road, did we not? And there's some wisdom there, guys. Like people are crying out for a politics that has ethics again, truly, and ethical politics. And while we're not all going to agree on what that is, I believe voters know it when they see it, right? And there isn't a whole lot for to do about that.
Speaking about being in the middle of the road, I was on my way to drop someone off at their house after putting out some signs, and I guess we were in sort of a shady area, and I see this guy, like, I see one guy like in a wheelchair, like he was like hauling ass across the road in a wheelchair, and then a guy behind him running like right behind him in the middle of the road. And I've never seen someone haul ass across the street.
Well, I mean, that's what it feels like sometimes, right? Like, yeah. I mean, it's just not, I think it's a misnomer, it's propaganda, it's fear, right? It's fear. It's worked incredibly for the last 10 years. I think that was another reason when I started looking into my current representation. I think I was just in this big, it was January, February, right? I think I was so fed up to here with fear. It's how this administration operates, is on fear. And then on my side of the aisle to hear, be very, very afraid if you were to lose this blue representation. And listen, I don't want to lose it either. That's the last thing I want to do. But I expect my blue representation to reflect the basics of the platform, right? To reflect my blue values. And when I see that, yes, you might vote with the party 97% of the time. That's her number, actually. And 3% you cross the aisle. It isn't about numbers, guys. It's about what you're crossing the aisle for. Right. And if you are crossing the aisle on what I consider to be critical ethical questions, that to me is the problem. I am disenfranchised at that point, right? And if I can't email you or have a town hall or get a phone call that isn't a form or a robocall, then thank God this democracy still supports someone like myself marching down to Topeka, filing and saying, you know what, you're going to answer to us one way or another, even if you never have a debate with me. We will create the questions and we will have the conversation whether you like it or not. So that part, I think, is, yes, you can talk all day long about how I might not be the right candidate or whatever you want to say, right? But what you can't say is that I don't have the audacity and boldness to do it, right? And I do think that we have promoted these people who are sort of like, they just have all of the verve and energy of like a middle manager of, like middle management. A system that makes you pay to exist, compete to eat, and obey to survive is not civilization. It's a prison with shopping privileges. That is very eloquent, yes, and it can feel that way.
I think most have a commissary, but
Yeah. It's true. You at least can get some Fritos. But yeah, like I agree that it's not just vision for the candidates to hold. Like you have to have that boldness in the voting public as well. And that's been honestly one of my hardest things here is, especially in JoCo. I'm a JoCo, lady. I live in Fairway. Casey Starr, I actually live in Fairway. Not that there's anything wrong with Mission, but like Mission's great. But like I'm fascinated that you said I live in Mission. And that I'm a content developer, which I haven't been for 20 years, but regardless, it's fine. That is typical kind of Casey Starr stuff. Anyway, it just is the kind of, we need that sort of boldness. And I genuinely think most people are ready for it and they're willing to do it. But as long as you have sort of that propaganda machine of be very afraid, be very, very afraid, it's going to break through to some people always, right? But that's why it matters to be on the ground and talking to people one-on-one. So.
This is hand in hand with what we talked about on the podcasts. The Johnson County Democratic Party, I'm sorry to say, they're corporate AF at this point and have been, quite frankly, for about a decade.
Yeah.
As I know from my personal experience running as a candidate at the state level and at the local level as well. So,
Yeah, and I don't think there's any way to sort of deprioritize without having your own money pipelines. Like it's not going to work. And so I know, and that's really why progressive issues don't get a lot of like attention and behind, right? Energy behind them, because there is this sort of idea with the ruling leadership that there's no money there. Well, I have to tell you, I have signs in Mission Hills. I have signs in Cedar Creek. That ethics does not actually know a socioeconomic reality, right? There are ethical people at all levels of the spectrum, and we need to, as progressives, tap into those folks, and that's when they'll start listening to us, because then we're encroaching so, on territory, and I think we're getting there. I definitely think we're getting.
I think a little bit to the conversation that was going on before about, okay, what can be done, like after candidates run if they don't win. It's what are you doing in your local party? And I think we're seeing a lot of people kind of recognizing how powerful in Kansas, especially, some of those local positions are. For example, if a state representative senator is to leave, it's what a committee of the precinct leaders who choose.
I would love to talk about that. Yes. PCLs, I think, are the unsung framework of this party. And I will tell you, I want to let anybody who is watching this, I want you to know, you can write yourself in as a precinct leader. Precinct leaders it's a big job. It's organizing, you're handling door to door, you're handling really the mobilization of the party, but you are the party. Make no mistake, the people who knock doors, who sweat in the heat, who put their lives out there every day, those are the people who absolutely should be getting to say who the candidates are, who the leadership is. And so I will let you know, in JoCo, you can write your name in. If you get 4 of your neighbors plus yourself to write your name in, you're a PCL. If you're a PCL, you get to vote on who the leadership is of the county party in the flow. This is absolutely and by the way, there's a ton of them that are vacant. So your precinct may not even have anybody. Get your name in there. 5 votes. It's not, it's you're talking to your neighbors and getting, 2 houses on your street, and you've got it. And then you have agency. You have some agency at the block level. And that's where I think we start to get respect on the name of, progressive values and progressive issues, is when we start showing up to leadership and saying, hey, reflect us. I don't see me. Right. I see your local bridge group. I see I see everybody you have wine parties with, but I don't see me. So, yeah.
And I was one for 13 years up until that point that we were talking about when I got primaried and everything. And they pretty much made it clear to me, we don't want you here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was your experience as a PCL? Like, maybe because if someone's listening and they're interested.
So I'm like being heavily involved with the party. I was fortunate to have a seat briefly on the executive board.
Okay.
And this was unfortunately during a time when we were still building the momentum for the party and everything before Rebecca happened.
Yeah.
And me leaving as a precinct person coincided with the corporate's decision to have me primaried, and then later seeing that candidate being elected to a city council seat. So
yeah, and see, that's what we see, right? There's this pipeline, and so, and that's great. they've established a pipeline. We can be in that pipeline, right? And we can have folks who reflect these values in that pipeline. And I can tell you, I know folks who are taking that write-in campaign and they're doing it in their precincts, which is fantastic. We're going to have a much more representative party if we can do that. And honestly, like this is the national even evolution of the party. I genuinely think the national party is in deep. I just don't think they understand what's happening right now. But the bell is tolling. I mean, the bell is tolling. People are not in for this, and they are figuring out whatever way they can to get leadership to listen to them, even if that means rising in the ranks the best way they can from a progressive grassroots standpoint. But yeah, so that's one thing I think post-election that has the most legs for making changes just within the party. But I also think, we have made huge and wonderfully solid networks of activist organizations who have all the right priorities that we want. So those folks are really important to the next election cycle. They're really important to getting boots on the ground and folks out there, because I mean, Anne's like this, I'm like this. We had to create our own voter network or our own volunteer network. That was not handed to us. When you realize that within the party, like if you are a blessed quote unquote candidate, you show up, you got money, you've got data, you've got a whole volunteer corps. I'm not saying it's going to be completely easy, of course not, but you have every resource available to win. And when you see some grassroots folks like Ann and I get out here and make any kind of bluster at all, make any kind of, movement, you should be impressed with that, because it was absolutely nose to the grindstone, Sisyphean to literally push that rock up that hill to get anybody even to hear us, listen to us, give us a moment of time. It's huge. I was able to go talk to Senate districts before it was known that federal candidates should probably not be. There was like gray area about federal candidates or whatever. But I went to Senate districts early on. I spoke with those folks. They were willing to at least hear me out. Now, nobody heckled me, right? Like they were willing to respect the primary process. And I do think you have to show that you respect the democracy enough to allow a primary to run. Like you do have to appreciate that is the sign of a healthy democracy, right? Yeah.
This is why, like, I've played them more than, I would say it's why I've played them more than 400 or maybe even 500 doors. Like,
I'm sure of it. Yeah.
Every single day. It's like,
yeah.
And I think now, like, with how my eyes have been opened, with how our political system works, and what the community needs, I think after the election is over, I'm going to try and be a PCL, because I thought, I want to continue to go door to door and get people in the community to be aware and to join the movement. It's so important that people join the movement and be aware of like what's going on with our government and human rights and what's going on internationally, even like seeing what's happening in Gaza, Ukraine, Sudan, Afghanistan. Like it is vital. It's a no-brainer at this point. So,
yeah, build the machine.
It's motivating.
Build the machine you want to see, because it's clear that there's only machines and spots available, right? So let's build it. And yeah, there is like an appointment. I think there's also like an alternative PCL appointment process, possibly. If it's empty, then you can get appointed. So there's a couple different ways, and I really encourage folks to do that. It's really one of the things that gave me a bright spot. The other thing, like I said, is just getting those money pipelines in place. And I think, but with this really wild primary we've had this year, we've heard from people that I don't think normally get door knocks from the Democratic Party, in Kansas, and they've given good money, right? Yeah, it is. It's you guys. What do they call it? Hopium? The kids call it hopium. What? Oh yeah. Yeah, there are some folks who had to take a dose of copium, but with my campaign, but it just means like deal with it. Like people who are just desperate to like try to try to take you down because they can't handle the fact that you're doing something even moderately successful, right? No. No. You have to be built a certain way. I will say that. And I think Anne's built like this too. You have to be built a certain way to sort of not take the stuff personally, like the attacks personally, right? Like it's easy to say, a little harder to do. Definitely have had my moments, but for the most part, like I know that when people are angry or they're lashing out at me, we go back to that whole fear thing. I mean, they're fearful, right? Yeah.
I'd love to hear your view on the fact that some people, rather than looking for someone that looks a bit like them, dresses a bit like them, and acts a bit like them, will go out and try to find them and get them to represent, rather than go hide behind somebody's coattails where you think you're going to be safe because they seem to have enough money to be part of the royalty structure in this country that is finance. And they'll be protected from any harm because they get to hide out behind that person. You need to have guts to go out into the world and say, this doesn't work for us, and we need to instigate a change. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Absolutely. I mean, as you're talking about money and fear and lack of boldness, what's coming to mind for me is just that the money isn't an end of itself, right? Money buys acquiescence. It buys access, it buys agreement, it buys docility, it buys all of the things that have been championed as quote unquote bipartisan, right? And so,
We have. Money is the only system we have.
Yep.
We don't have any choice. You can't exempt out of making money.
That's right. That's right. America is a corporation at this point, right? And it doesn't have to be that way. I don't think it's always been that way. I think it isn't naive. Someone told me I was presumptive and naive, and I thought, I mean, if you're going to call me naive because I have hope that things could be different, sure, go ahead, call me naive. I'm not naive. I know exactly how all this stuff works. And I know and the reason I ran this campaign the way I ran it is because I saw progressives try to run it by the rules, quote unquote. And I saw them one by one picked off before they could run for anything more than dog catcher. So let me tell you, as naive as I might be, there's a little wisdom to this wily gal over here and this rogue actor from the left, because I knew I would not be platformed, right? I knew I wouldn't. So I had to take the platform. And if you do, Anne alluded to this earlier, there is some modicum of respect that earns in the voting populace. And it should, because I'll tell you, you face every obstacle you could possibly face, right? And I mean, I can't tell you how many people told me, don't say abolish ICE. I'm sorry, what? Do you know why I'm running? Abolish ICE is a core tenet of what I am doing here. And if I am going to abandon that, I may as well just abandon the campaign. Right? Right. And I mean, listen, we can talk about what abolish ICE means. And I happily, it sounds like a slogan. It's not, right? Like there are parts of the customs enforcement part of ICE that are absolutely successful programs. The immigration enforcement part of ICE is a fiscal and moral failure, right? So we can have a both and, right? We want to roll up those customs enforcement. Like there's an anti-trafficking, there's a cybersecurity program. Those things have been around for decades and they've done great work. And I feel bad for the people who do that great work over there being associated with this paramilitary force that gets, maybe 40 days of training. I mean, if you're actual law enforcement, how offensive is that to you, right? That you literally go to an academy, right, to get your right to police. And these folks go and get it $50,000 bonus in 40 days and waved through. And hey, constitutional rights, it's iffy, just do your best, and we've got those folks now. And when I say it's a moral failure, I say that with full understanding that not everybody's going to agree that it's a moral failure. They think this is like some cardinal sin to have a paperwork problem in America. Okay. All right. We aren't going to agree there, but I can absolutely bring you the receipts on how it's a fiscal nightmare, right? It is. We've got no bid contracts. Well, we can see what no bid contracts do, right? We've got crony capitalism making these deals for warehouses, marking them up 2/3 over the span of what, a year? And that's not an isolated incident. We've got Kristi Noem. Thank God she was impeached, but and left of her own accord before she was impeached. But like, this was an absolute abuse of the tax dollar. So again, you may not agree with me morally. To me, that's the most important part. But if we aren't going to agree there, we can absolutely agree that your tax dollars, this is a completely unpopular way to spend your tax dollars, right? And so yeah, you can listen to the consultant class who will tell you not to go into that level. People can't handle that level of nuance. They can't handle that level of detail. I really am sick of a race to the bottom on what we expect out of voters. I think it's insulting. For one, I think it's incredibly insulting. And I think it's not true. I mean, it's just not true.
Kids are also scared to go to school. Like my 13-year-old cousin, she, like her and I went out too much. I think it was not last week, the week before. She's at the age where she's starting to hear about these things because she's in middle school, and her mom has tried keeping her innocent for years, and I promise her I would try my cousin innocent, but it's getting to the point where she's hearing things at her school and on the news, social media, and she told me that sometimes she's scared to go to school because her mom and her are Filipina, and her skin color is a little bit darker. It's like a maybe dark tan, maybe, like after you're out in the sun for a while. But she told me that she was scared, and I told her that she has every right to be, and that the world we're living in is a really scary place. But I told her her rights, and I looked them up on Google because I didn't know how to tell her exactly in a kid friendly way. But I just told her what her rights are, and to always stay hyper vigilant. And if she ever sees like unmarked vehicle or people that she doesn't recognize outside of school, to call her parents or myself, because I'm right down the road from her school, so I can go get her really easily if something were to happen. But having had that conversation with a 13-year-old, and them coming to you and telling you that they're scared, it shouldn't be like that. And I wish I did, it hurts me that my cousin is scared. That hurts me, like considering a big cousin. But she's like my little sister. She has been since she was born, and yeah.
So I think it's really important that we don't lose those stories, Sophia. I think it's very important to keep surfacing those stories, because there is a swath of the Democratic Party votership that is telling me to sit down and telling me the status quo is fine. Like when someone tells you that ICE isn't a deal breaker for them, or arms embargo, like they're not too concerned about that, they're really telegraphing that their lives are just fine and their lives are comfortable, right? And so we need to call folks to be better than that. That's the truth, right? And to really say, like, listen, again, this is a group project. Just because your life is comfortable doesn't mean it's always going to be that way. And it doesn't mean that, when you're talking ICE, for one, it's also a public safety issue at this point.
She's scared, but that made me cry, like pretty much right on the spot. It's like anger.
Yeah,
sadness.
all of those things, right?
It's like, I would do it, like I would take a bullet for her, and like I don't want her to be scared
I think the fact that we are in that position, right, that we are even having these conversations. But yeah, I mean, you can look at people, bystanders who were, who have been, there was a lady there was an accident in Houston, gosh, a year ago, and she died on impact. There was a chase going on. They're pinning cars. This is stuff that real law enforcement can't do, actually. So, I mean, this is when I say it's a public safety issue. We're all using the same roads. They don't ask me for my papers when I go to find out that I'm a natural born citizen just to use the road or the sidewalk, wherever these things they're shooting, into cars. Like this to me is meant to condition us to accept that level of lawlessness in our streets. I don't think anybody can agree that that is a positive way forward, regardless of your party.
Yeah, so I have a few things on this one. I mean, several months back, I was thinking about like, okay, like what do other countries do about immigration enforcement? And I actually didn't end up looking it up, but I started thinking to myself, well, okay, if I were to build a society, how would I go about doing that?
Maybe a better question, just real quick. A better question is, what did we do for immigration before 2003 and the creation of ICE and DHS? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
And
No.
that's been around forever, is my point.
Well, and I was thinking like, okay, if I were to build this system from scratch, like the vast majority of people that at this point ICE is picking up aren't even people who were necessarily like undocumented or came into this country illegally. It's a lot of people who were working through the process. They're getting picked up at immigration court. Why are we having militarized people tackle them in the hallway instead of having them work with a social worker, see if they can find them the resources for wherever they may go?
And that's incredibly cheaper, by the way. Like it's $3 a day to have a caseworker, and compliance is in the 90 percentile, right? So that's literally cheaper and better and more effective versus, I mean, $152 a day to pay for one detainee. So this goes back to what I say. I have said it multiple times when people wanted to kind of take me to task on abolish ICE. This is a money grab. This has nothing to do with immigration. It really doesn't. If it was about immigration, there'd be an actual immigration reform bill, which is a bipartisan demand for the last 25 years. There's not one in the pipeline. I mean, there's some they can recycle from way back, but you'd think they'd really have that on deck. They don't. It is about making money for a certain class of people who create these shell companies in 5 days and suddenly win a, $100 million contract. Yeah.
Yeah, then we're talking a bit about like the more progressive side of the party and people not necessarily having those issues impacting them. I think like not to get too woke on it, anyone, but I think like what like there's an old feminist slogan like the personal is political, and I like to think like a good way of explaining privilege to people is not needing to worry about how the political impacts your life on a regular basis. I think like a lot of people are able to go through a year, 2 years at a time without really noticing what the impacts are of the policies going around them. Yeah. There's something about Minnesota I was going to say, but I forgot.
I can talk about Minnesota. I went to university in Minnesota.
I lived up there for about 6 months.
Yeah.
Yeah, I lived up there for about 6 months, and
It's a beautiful culture.
yeah.
I'll talk about my experience in Minnesota. I lived there for my undergrad. I I was able to go to college because I got a Native scholarship. We're Ojibwe on my dad's side, and we are, registered with BIA. We've got paperwork, the whole thing. We've got, which reservation we've got people on. We've gone to visit. When I say that I'm Native, they're like Native erasure is a real thing, by the way. If you don't look like what someone thinks Native people should look like, Peggy Flanagan in Minnesota experiences this all the time. She has to wear her beaded earrings and her mocks so people don't erase that, right? She's Ojibwe as well. So, so let me just say, preface that with it was a wonderful experience. And I lived in Uptown, and a part of Uptown was about 3 blocks away from where Alex Preddy was murdered in the street, and a little bit further from where Renee Good was murdered in the street. And I'm getting chills talking about it now. I found that community to be absolutely beautiful. At the time, they were experiencing the largest influx of Somali immigrants uh, of any major city except for DC. It was DC and Minneapolis at the time. I helped in a community organization that was spinning up in the Muslim community for a Somali literacy project. I created nonprofits, I've run nonprofits, I helped them get a board together. And I will tell you, my experience was a beautiful experience. These were folks who were looking out for their community. They treated women with utmost respect. And we had women on our board, Somali women on our board. This was, to me, I saw nothing of what you will hear in the comment sections and the propaganda machine. It was a group that I had a ton of respect for. And I will tell you, when I saw those things happening, when I saw Alex Preddy and I saw Renee Good, I saw myself. I really did. I saw myself. I could have been easily there looking out for my neighbors, being a part of that network that was sticking up for the people who were being terrorized. Like, that's 100% my activist background. And so, I mean, it's inhuman what happened there, and what continues to happen. Yeah, it's horrible, Sophia. It's horrible. But yeah, I mean, Minnesota is derided. It's also if it's not the happiest state in this, like all the studies, it's happy. I had a renter's credit when I lived there, a tax credit for being a renter. It was a well-run state. I have no qualms about putting my voice behind that. And so yeah, I think when you said that Audre Lorde quote, that's an Audre Lorde quote, isn't it?
I think it's one that kind of
The personal is okay. I've heard, yeah. And it just brought me back there. Like, I'm glad that young people know those quotes, right? But another quote from that era is, we're here to make the comfortable uncomfortable, right? And that is ultimately, I think, what these grassroots campaigns can do the most of. And we can call out that comfort class and say, I get that the donor pipeline is working well for you, that the corporate representation is working well for you, but it isn't going to work well for you when the rest of your community is living under attack. You can't find, businesses are closing, grocery stores are closing. There's no one to really make this economy what you expect it to be, right? Yeah.
All right, so that helped remind me what it was. Was going to say, like, a while back, Mayor Fry had tried, like, calculating the costs of, if they sent back to the government, what it cost the city in terms of damage, lost sales in neighborhoods for small businesses, and then also how many family members now need to, or how many, like, young children need to start going to therapy, because even if they weren't immediately impacted, needing to worry about their friends coming home or coming to school the next day, or whether they'd be picked up off the street. I think there's about to be another mental health crisis that we are unprepared for. And with how, especially with how the government is currently trying to treat like having any type of cultural competency, cultural humility, and like being aware of those factors when trying to provide any sort of treatment, we may have a generation that's woefully unprepared. I know there's also even beyond that, if somebody's more hard dollars oriented, the economic side of it. In Little Village in Chicago, it has like a, I think it's 2 mile strip. That's the second highest revenue retail space in the city, behind only the was it Magic Mile, and there were stores there that saw their revenue going down 75% during Midway Blitz, and so like
Fiscal failure.
yeah, this is a policy that's not only like hurting the worst of the worst, it's policy that's hurting everybody living in the community. And I look out the window here, and if you can see that white van across the street, like that's what I drive. Like I remember back in September hearing that like ICE agents were trying to profile people just based on the type of vehicle. Yep. And so like I decided not to drive through certain cities when I was planning my route, like took the extra hour. Like
Yeah.
and I'm a white male who's born in America and English is my first language. And so like
And in case you think it's just a couple of white people talking about this, on Vecinos de Olathe and Latinos Unidos on Facebook. Facebook has been fantastic for keeping the Latino community aware of what's going on. I just saw a post this morning offering help for kiddos that are going through hard time and offering in Spanish therapy and support groups for them. So no, it's not just a couple of white people talking about this. This is real. This is happening to our communities, and these kids are suffering. And when they suffer, what happens? Our schools, right? They're going to our schools and they're needing help from social workers. Everything suffers. Everything suffers. Economics, the well-being of the other kids who are friends with them. I mean, the little kids who are friends worrying about their friends' families. That is a real thing, you know. So yeah, I think it's really valuable what you're saying here. It's broad spanning the effects of ICE. So do I think we throw out good things that that happen in certain parts of ICE? No, but I do not think that ICE as an agency needs to exist. It cannot be reformed at this point. And if we tried to, I don't think it would take longer than abolishing and starting new. So yeah, I think from a practical standpoint, it is actually one of the least controversial things that I actually say. And if you want to know, there's anywhere before, depending on what data you're using, anywhere from 40 to 60% of independents agree with that sentiment. Abolish ICE. Now, they don't always agree on what it means per se, but that is not some shocking claim for them, right? So, because they see what we're seeing. So, and I want to talk a little bit about youth mental health a little bit. I genuinely think social media gets a lot of heat, and rightfully so. Rightfully so. I do think the data is clear, right? That social media for young developing brains is bad. But I think what we gloss over as a generation who raised these folks who are at 19 and 20 years old right now is that those folks who are 19 and 20, these young voters, they were in first grade when Sandy Hook happened. We have normalized kindergartners practicing running from gun violence. My generation has failed you guys. I mean, I genuinely, I tell you that when I say this comes from my heart, Sophia. I don't want you to get too upset. So I'm trying to kind of, I know you've been through a lot. Yeah.
In second grade, I think it was, I forget what year it was, but I just remember that I was in like a day school and a guy entered the building who wasn't supposed to be there and I don't know if he had a knife or a gun, and I just remember like sitting in the corner in the dark, and then I started hearing screaming, but like no shots or anything. But it was like living through that is, I mean, it's just like you can't even imagine like these drills to have to, prepare for, you know, like if you're going to be shot at school or teachers having education or having to worry about bad people coming in and basically hurting people. And, a lot of people who, lead these mass shootings in schools, most of them do have some sort of mental illness, but that's no excuse. And
Well, the people who want to blame mental illness and not the guns never want to support mental health care. That's the problem. They never want to fund that. So they're talking out of both sides of their mouths as usual, right? So yeah, I think it's no mystery. I think it's no mystery when you see a generation of kids who were living with literal life and death threats every single day. Because we know that those drills alone are traumatic. We know that there's data to support that. These are not young brains are not prepared to understand why they have to go hide in a closet with the lights off while their teacher tells them not to make a noise. That is a complete failure of our government. It is. We've deputized teachers as essentially deputy law enforcement at this point. Some places even want to give them guns. My God. My God. That's the brilliant solution here, right? So I guess it's no mystery to me that 19 and 20-year-olds are not interested in the Democratic Party. There is not this like esteem for leadership when we have failed this generation to this degree.
that, like, seeing all these mass shootings, we're hearing about them every single day. It's like, I wish there was more gun control because deaths can be prevented. And I think,
There's really basic things we can do, right? Like it's not, yeah, yes. I want to definitely talk about that. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely want to talk about that. Red flag laws, right? Domestic violence history. Almost all of these major events have had some sort of run-in on a domestic violence dispute, right? Like to me, this is a no-brainer. And the argument over here on the right is like, well, if you do these things, it's encroaching on our freedoms, and people are still, it's only the bad guys who are going to get guns. We have all sorts of laws that we can't enforce at 100% success rate. And it doesn't keep us from enforcing those laws, right? So it's a very weak argument. And so what I would say is, yes, we've got red flags, universal background checks, no private sales. And I know that one will lose people from me, but that is where we see so much of this untraceable. Those are the ones that get stolen. Those are the ones that nobody can figure out where they came from. Well, funding universal health care, right? Funding Medicare for all actually, we haven't even talked Medicare for all in the laundry list of social ills, but this one in particular, the fact that you cannot get mental health care at a reasonable rate and that it's so much harder for even as practitioners, these are 1-2 deep, agencies. The best ones can see people on the fly, but they can't have a total billing department or afford to outsource it because it's very expensive. You can outsource, it's very expensive to deal with insurance, right? And the various flavors of insurance you have to try to get help through.
Grants for mental health professionals in schools.
Aletha, I was at a school board meeting or a school board panel, and they talked about 10 social workers, school social workers that they had to just pink slip because they lost the funding. They had to make up for funding in other places. And that one gets me because I will tell you, my mom was a school social worker and she worked in schools where the poverty level was high. And most of the kids lived at poverty level or below. And I will tell you that school social workers are in some ways the only firewall to poverty, starvation, abuse, and they're on the front lines. And we absolutely cannot make school boards and school districts have to choose between that or being able to support a cell phone ban because they've got to have lockers. And I mean, it's not insignificant the amount of money it takes to do those sorts of things. And when you aren't getting funding from the federal level and you're not getting funding from the state level, right? Because these are all underfunded. It's a trickle down under investment, right? I talk about this a lot. It's trickle down economics is not a thing. Trickle down property taxes are, right? If you cannot get these programs funded at the federal level, that boils down to the most basic way we make up for that, which is property taxes and sales taxes. These people want to get rid of those things, and yet they don't want to get rid of schools. They don't want to get rid of hospitals and roads and wastewater treatment, but they don't want to have to pay anything locally. I understand it's an insurmountable burden for elderly people, but we can't keep acting like tax breaks for corporations and billionaires and trillionaire subsidies don't have some effect on mom and pop down the street. They absolutely do. So go ahead.
What you said, like the mental health, the mental health funding. I feel like my friend's family couldn't afford mental health care, and like they were really, really poor, and my friend grew up being neglected, and I remember helping take care of her, but I feel like if they were able to afford mental health care and help for her, she would still be here. But that's why I try and spread awareness about, like insurance or, universal health care, because maybe if we had that, my friend would still be here.
Definitely.
And, I believe that she would want me to do this, but I miss her every day. Like the day I met Sarah, it's the day my friend died. And, I believe now that, Sarah was sent to me by my friend to help take care of me.
We're gonna make some changes, huh?
This is not sustainable. This is not sustainable, right? And mental health care should be accessible to certainly every child in America should have access to mental health. We are literally going to make them do scrambled drills in kindergarten, and we are not going to pay for mental health care for them. That is absolutely off the wall, unreasonable. And then really is an achievable, it is really and truly an achievable goal. Medicare for all is not some bonkers left-wing idea, right? Like it really is very serving to corporate interests to continue to paint it that way. But as we know, worldwide, this is possible. And in fact, Switzerland actually did something, did a very similar program to ACA. Like ACA inherently was a pretty decent step forward. It was never meant to be the end goal, right? But what they did, different from us, is they closed this kind of very major loophole where those companies had to sequester insurance programs that they could not make a profit on. There was this part of their business that was this baseline government subsidized policy, and it had the basics of what would be covered, and they had to agree to do that, and they had to agree that any cost increase had to be absolutely aligned with cost of living increase, right? So there was that was a key part of what we were missing. They were able to go in and make whatever profits they want, set whatever they wanted, and they did. And then it started to even out as we got more people into the house. That worked okay, that we got more people into the pool so they didn't feel like they had to gouge us quite as hard. But it really didn't slow down the march towards unaffordability, right? And as the other side just continued to whittle away at the protections within ACA. But that was a key difference, right? It was really kind of not that big of a difference, but boy, it really changed the reality on the ground, right? So I think at this point, I would have maybe heard someone out on a program like that 10 years ago, 15 years ago, right? At this point, there is no reason for us to not have Medicare for all. We are growing the deficit has nothing to do with what we're getting as regular people. Like that has everything to do with all of these no big contracts, crony capitalism, subsidies for things that we shouldn't have to subsidize, right?
Dollar
defense budget.
Yes, our defense budget that can't even provide like a decent balance sheet to an outside auditor. I mean, like this is the very definition of doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result, right? Yeah.
It's been that way since the eighties when Reagan introduced this nonsense. Just because something doesn't make a profit doesn't mean it's not useful. And that's, I think, is a fundamental flaw in our society. That's everything has to make profits.
Right.
And one thing has to have this profit. No, it doesn't. Just
Someone said recently, like if you, yeah, someone said, or was it, I don't even know who it was. They said, boy, if I took the idea of libraries to Congress now, they would absolutely laugh me out of the building. You mean public resources spent to keep people educated and in tune with their community and reading? Oh my God, why would we spend money? We can't possibly spend money on that. We need bombs. We need Iron Dome. We need all of these things, right? Like this is, it is fascinating to see the Overton window that they say, right? It's just shifted and shifted and shifted so that someone like me is considered just out of pocket leftist. And in reality, I'm the core Democrat, like voting bloc. I'm a white woman in Fairway who like makes okay money and, has kids and takes care of her dad. Like I don't have anything that on paper that looks like it would indicate some leftist, super out there kind of perspective on life. I've just lived these realities, right? Like I grew up poor. We were the working poor. Absolutely. My dad worked 2 full-time jobs when I was a kid for about 4 years. I saw him for 45 minutes in the morning, and then he slept when he was home before he went to his night job. He also got to sleep there. He was a night guard. But that's how somebody works 2 full-time jobs, by the way. One of them you have a little bit of leeway to sleep at. But he did do that. He was not home. My mom worked a full-time job and a part-time job. And that was just so we could be middle class. And this was the 80s and 90s, guys, when things were actually even more affordable. But there were 5 of us. So I mean, I very much know the grind of capitalism and the cost for families and parents and kids, right? Like we raised ourselves. I mean, that's the truth. We had to raise ourselves once our parents were working for a living all the time. That was our reality. I worked my first job, I was 13 years old. And that wasn't like, oh, I'm cutting grass for my friends. That was working at a restaurant. I got my taxes taken out of my paycheck. I was able to do those things. And I'm grateful, right? I'm grateful that I learned how to work hard. But I also realized that folks who, just because I know that doesn't mean I want to pull the ladder up behind me and I want people to have to live that reality. Someone once told me when the Biden era student loan forgiveness came through, there was some guy and he's like, I mean, doesn't that just make you mad? Because I paid my loans, you paid yours. And I said, yeah, that doesn't make me mad. You did it the right way. Like, no, I didn't. I literally, I don't begrudge anybody not having to live under the gun of bankruptcy and constant fear of losing what you've had. Why would I want that for folks who come after me? I don't understand that mentality. I just don't. And so I think like I said, I think there's a generational divide in a weird way, but I also think there is this part of this later Gen X folks and Gen Z where I feel like we almost sort of align in a weird way. We've experienced some really like paradigm shifting realities. Like I watched in one of my first real jobs, we watched the towers get hit in live TV in our first jobs.
I was doing MKC that day.
Yeah, or in college, right? Standing there together, watching genuinely the kind of generational change I don't think we had probably seen since maybe Pearl Harbor, what we hear anyway. And we knew we were watching history in real time. And you guys had Sandy Hook, which absolutely altered your understanding of the world. You weren't even old enough to know a different reality than that. And then you watched January 6th play out on these little devices in front of your face on a loop for what, a month, 2 months, while they were just repeating the really, I think, just offensive and disturbing and degenerate stuff we saw that day, right?
People running into schools and watching, like watching police, like speak to schools and like people running out with their hands up, like
that level of, yeah.
That's changed. Like you hear about it pretty much every day.
And
And that's like, it's traumatizing.
It is
You
traumatizing.
should not have to you should not have to watch that,
Yeah.
We watch history being made every day, but right now it's not in a good way. I'm sorry, but it's not.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. And I think that our generation kind of knew we were watching that. You guys are being constantly bombarded by it. But I also think there's something really critical about the type of things you're watching happen in real time. For us, it was sort of a disillusionment about what America thought it was, right? And where it was going. Because immediately the Patriot Act hit, immediately weapons of mass destruction, which were, to anybody who paid attention, a line of bullshit a mile long. That, right, nobody, well, I mean, it was absolutely, yeah, it was incredibly convenient, right? And I remember marching against the Iraq War with my dad, who was a Vietnam combat vet, and he was like, there are no WMDs. He's like, that doesn't make any sense. Of course, it doesn't make any sense that we're going to war with Iraq. Why aren't we talking to Saudi Arabia? I mean, it was like old activists knew, right? What they were watching was a literal
Broadcast.
shift in what it meant to be an American. And I think we can pinpoint
All right.
in your guys' lives.
I think we
as
are
Gen
live
Z,
here with
a
Angela.
couple of really key places where that happened.
Gonna
too.
go do our
And I would not
constitutional right of
undersell Sandy
voting.
Hook. I would not undersell January 6th.
Not sure we'll be able to video once we head indoors, but let's go check it out.
Going to the Argentine Community Center today.
Joe Amayo, Sr. SWAT.
Encouragement to anybody to get out and vote early. Make sure your vote counts.
Oh.
Just missed the crowd.
Are we voting, sir?
I
already have. It's a live stream me vote.
Oh.
If that's okay. To live stream me voting.
Verify name and address, please.
Angela Roberts. Can you
Sure, hang on.
I do need a signature, and do you want to do paper or touch?
let's do paper.
Oh,
Cool that you guys get the option.
okay. Just take this over to him, give to him, and just be glad to help you. Thank you.
Wait for it to wake up. Well, still tired from Saturday. Yeah. Still warming. That's actually kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie.
What? That it's printing?
Yeah. Where I'm from, we just have paper ones and
Oh, you
they're
got
pre-printed.
Have you voted yet? Oh, okay. You didn't pick that up off the street or anything. did you?
I would never. Yeah, my husband and I voted this morning.
Oh,
So
okay.
and in a booth. And back right here.
I guess I need the pen. I didn't listen well.
I will stand on your this. Reminder to everyone, if you're not currently registered as a Democrat, you can elect to change your affiliation at the polling or the ballot. Yes, the constitutional amendment is on the second side of the ballot. Well,
Remember to vote no.
yes, vote no. Even Merlin says vote no. Your camera crew is kicking stuff. Sorry.
Right. Give a little push. You stayed in the line. You did. And our stickers are better than that.
Your stickers are really cute, actually. I really like that.
I supposed to make that.
Really?
They gonna move it out. I heard a little bit of school.
Turner. Is it Turner? Turner and Piper.
Turner and Piper,
I love it, Turner.
get yourself.
And a drawing or.
Oh,
They're two different, they were tied.
Adorable.
Well, now I wish I could have voted here.
No.
Thank you. Thank you.
And that's how easy it is, guys.
5 minutes in and out. All right.
Okay. Look forward to hearing from you and seeing you the rest of the long 24 hours we have left.
That's right.
Back to you, Miranda.
That is addictive. It really is. And we can build on it. We can build that critical mass. Because look, people often act like, well, Sarah, you're not going to get Medicare for all. Like, no, not me. I mean, I'm going where there's critical mass. There's a progressive caucus in Congress, and they do great work. They need more people. And all that takes is an individual voter seeing that vision, right? Knowing just enough to make that vote, that critical vote. So yeah, we stand a lot, but I did want to talk about your generation a lot because it is very close to me. It is very close to me, and it's so close to why I'm running, to represent you guys and to really move a path forward for you, cut a path for you guys to walk down. Because every time I talk to your groups, I hear, oh, I'm considering running. Heck yeah, run. Every time you run, you're going to learn something new.
We should not have
Yeah.
what we've gone through, Sandy Hook, January 6th, watching mass shootings, hearing about, wars in foreign countries. We should not have had to go through that.
Some of those are things that other generations have gone through. I'll tell you that right now. But what I called out for you was what was genuinely different. Okay. Unfortunately, like we've been living with gun violence our whole lives too, but we did not have school shootings like you guys have had, and we did not have a whole procedure for how to do it. We were hiding from tornadoes, not from what my kindergartner came home and said. It's if a bad man comes to school. She literally had no idea. She didn't have words for it, right? So you guys deserve more protection. You deserve us to make ourselves a little less comfortable so we can help you. Yeah.
Better affordability, Medicare or, SNAP, stuff like that. Because that's so important. So,
Yeah. And when I say I've lived those things, I lived all of these programs, and I like to say that I'm a good investment, right? I was poor enough to get Pell Grants. I got Pell Grants my first year. If anybody knows about Pell Grants, you got to be pretty poor to make that cut, right? So we got Pell Grants for me the first year of college. I had scholarships all through my undergrad. And then I came home to Kansas City, right? I worked for the student loan program at the University of Minnesota, where I helped folks who I actually didn't know there were homeless classmates of mine at the University of Minnesota. I found people who were couch surfing through finals. I thought I had it hard, right? These folks are here. Not only do they need books, they don't have food. I had to send them to the food shelf, right? The food pantry to make it through finals. So I get that experience, which it totally radicalizes me, right? I come home to Kansas City, meet my husband. We buy a house. It's 2006, right? We buy in KCK. We buy what we can afford. We buy $60,000 under what we're approved for. And we did everything right. And 2008 hits. Our house is literally worth 55% of what we paid for it. And by the way, we were still paying on it because we, again, did not have down payment assistance. So we're trying to figure out, do we walk away from it? Like, what do we do? Our neighbors walk away. So that's exactly what hit our property tax or property values is neighbors foreclosed, let it go. That was their choice. It was a hard choice. We were all making hard choices. But then we got that extension of, there was a housing bill that brought up the need for these banks to actually come to the table and negotiate with us. So we got a cram down. That worked out for us. That was a government intervention that worked out for me, right? And you're gonna hear a lot of people my age talk a lot of crap about people on the dole and government programs leading us dry. And most of those people have used that program in their life, at least one or more, right? So I hate to hear that stuff because most people in a functioning society do use their government programs when they need them, right? And so my husband, type 1 diabetic, right? Type 1 diabetic, his pump is $850 out of pocket every January, right? We 100%. Yes, this is what I'm saying. So we're trying to do that. We're raising 2 kids. Universal health care, Medicare for all at that point would have been literally life-changing for us. Universal pre-K would have been life-changing for us, right? That has killed innovation in this country.
Universal health care, my function was maybe it would have been the difference between whether my president or
in universal pre-K, again, to the people having kids.
100%, right?
2 incomes.
Well, and I think with the inflation rates we see, it really is a gamble not to, right? And so, yes, innovation stifled because you are literally being held at gunpoint to keep your job at any given point. I mean, it is life or death for someone with type 1 diabetes. We can't just walk away from, and before ACA, God forbid he got laid off, because if he lost and we couldn't afford Cobra, which is, everyone knows, is outlandishly expensive, we would have never been able to afford that. So yeah, we lived in abject fear that he would lose his job and he would lose coverage and then never be able to afford, because people always say like, oh, well, people weren't turned away. They were 100% turned away before there was the pre-existing exclusion there. That did happen. But even if you weren't turned away, it was so ungodly, unaffordable that you may as well have paid out of pocket. So, I mean, the people forget what the world was like pre-ACA. I had to be off my parents' health insurance by the time I was 22 if I was not in school. And even then, there was an upper limit. I don't quite remember what it was. 23. Sorry, it was 23, and I had to be in school. And yeah, and I had to be in school, and you could not add people who were living in your household, which you can now, right? So a lot of grandparents have their children and their grandchildren on their policies. That was not something you could do then. So the truth is that the people who are the loudest about not wanting to pay for these fictional illegal people like that in their brain, this character they have in their brain, those people use these programs.
Yeah. I'll get back to something in a little bit. I'm going to want to talk a little bit later about with mental health and the push on involuntary commitment. But just want to quickly tell a anecdote about being in Topeka a couple of weeks ago for a League of Women Voters event.
Yeah.
And so it was nonpartisan. So you have people from very different ideological places that come, and we were talking about immigration, and she was making lots of comments about the immigrants who come here and they take all the money from programs. And I stopped and I asked her, I was like, what if I told you that immigrants pay more in taxes than they're able to benefit from these programs? She says, well, I wouldn't believe you. I said, why not? They're needing to provide the same information about themselves, whether they want to pay or whether they want to take it.
From CDS. Yeah, like it's
Yeah.
not like some fly-by-night website that told us this.
And so I asked her, and she's like, I just couldn't believe you. It's like, oh, maybe we should.
Well, maybe explain how it works though, right? Because yes, these folks do have to have a social security number and they do have to pay in. That is true that it is not theirs, but it's not so that they can pull those programs. It's so that they can just have a job and then they can have they can be legal in that the paychecks are getting processed properly and the money is being sent into the government just like any other worker, right? The difference is they can't show up to those places, the Social Security office, places where you have to prove who you are and use those programs. So it literally makes no sense that they are using even at the rate that they're putting it in because they don't have access to it. Thank you so much. They don't have access to it. Like it's not, you don't have to believe me. You just have to use a little bit of reason to know how and a little bit of experience of how things work, right? I guess you might be able to and most people who've ever dealt with the Social Security office know that is not, you can't just, they don't wave you through like, oh, you think you are who you say you are. Sure, sounds good. That is not how that works. And by the way, anybody who has to go in, it takes 7 hours, 6 hours. Sometimes you come back the next day to get seen.
Also reduce the processing online, closed offices, the enshittification of government.
Yes, that's right. Underinvestment, underinvestment, underinvestment. And then they tell you government doesn't work for you. Well, no shit. Like it doesn't. It doesn't because there's no funding because you killed the funding for it. So yes, when people love to use that Reagan quote. I have a couple of Reagan people in this room, so I got to keep calling back to my Reagan era. What did Reagan say? The scariest words in the world are hearing, hello, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. What a line of BS. Again, absolute crock, especially for people who can't wait to draw their Social Security, right? Like they're the ones who are least worried about my generation where it's going to be insolvent when we're just about the time we're hitting retirement age. They don't care about that, right? But yeah, it started back then. I think. I mean, I hate to be like this historian and like this kind of crusty old person who's done, but I genuinely think like we are living in a Reaganomics dystopia. Like it literally is the dystopia promised to us from trickle down emphasis on trick economics. Bush was right the first time. He called it voodoo economics and he was right. He then retracted it when he wanted to run with the man. But I got to tell you, there was truth in George Bush. That's why he didn't get his second term. But yes, you are hearing that. You probably can tell. I have been a governance nerd, a politics nerd, and news nerd for a long, long time. And none of this is surprising to old activists. Like these folks have classically seen what's down the pike. And when these people tell you that climate change and AI and these things are to be very concerned about and worried about our life as our future as Americans, listen to those people because they've been right for 40 years. So.
Yeah, so you had talked about the cutting funding and making governments not work, or making programs not work, the old scary monster strategy. Yes. Then there's also then the two Santas strategy. You familiar with that one?
No, explain that one.
Yes, so one of the strategies was basically that, well, if Democrats keep giving these government programs and handouts to people, then how are Republicans ever supposed to win? Because they're going to love them. They're like Santa Claus coming along and giving them stuff. And so this two Santas idea came around, where the idea was, okay, you can keep spending it and then just increase military spending too, and then blame the Democrats for the budget deficit and the sovereign debt. And you just keep deflecting who's to blame for it. And so you're able to keep them happy with giving out programs, and you're able to make the military industrial complex happy by ramping up that spending.
Well,
So,
right, and $200 billion,
cents.
right? $200 billion for the Iran war in for 6 weeks. And that was the number coming out of the Pentagon. I don't know that they got it. I know that's what they were asking for. 200. Yeah. I mean, and so 37 is what they'll cop to. That tells you. Yeah. So I think everybody who sees this should do a little exercise and look up how much the projections for Medicare for all would be, right? Look up how much 4 years of universal pre-K is. It is a fraction of 6 weeks of an Iran war. For 4 years of universal pre-K, it is 30 billion. SNAP is even cheaper. It's like, and not just in Canada, it's like 8 billion. It's fantastically cheap compared to waging war halfway across the world for contractors that are propped up by crony capitalism. And I mean, people aren't stupid. They do understand. Like people do understand what's going on. And that's why when I say that, and I mean, not to like, I know this is going to sound super unrelated. It's not. When I say that data centers are radicalizing rural America, the thing that gives me so much hope is because it's radicalizing them to not a left-right reality. It's radicalizing them to an up-down, right, reality. And once we get them on board for understanding that data centers are extracting wealth from their communities and they can see that much, it is not a stretch for folks to understand and get on board with. I mean, I think they understand, but get on board with, listen, this dynamic exists in healthcare. This dynamic exists in education. This dynamic exists all throughout our government. Let's coalesce and let's stop believing the line of BS, right? So yeah. So yes, I think there's lots of reasons to think that The past really informs the future. And you can actually go back and look at, I think you can look, again, hate to like be a student of history, but the 80s and the farming crisis of the 80s, that radicalized people who were previous Reagan voters, right? They were barely in for Bush and then they brought in Clinton. Now you can argue that Clinton was Republican light, and I would absolutely agree with you. But there was incremental to Santa's change, right? Even though we had the contract with America, we had other really great programs that came through as well. There was more funding for college. There were more things like that. But yeah, I think we can look to the past and really look for hope in this current moment and see it. I mean, and if there is a glimmer of hope to see that, farm bankruptcies are up 46%, right? It's horrible. It's awful. It is something that is unsustainable. But I don't see a whole lot of urgency out of our blue politicians to make any changes there, right? This farm bill is not going anywhere, by the way. The Senate is not on board with the farm bill, and the farm bill has some major issues. And that was from one of the committees our current rep in District 3 is on. So go ahead.
It's really funny. My grandma's family, like my dad's mom's family, they were farmers. Like they came to the United States from Switzerland, and they were farmers for, most of their life. They worked, days and nights on farms. And my grandma, like basically she has one who does farming for her and stuff like that. And then, it's like my grandpa's family was more laborers. And, it's like people, farming is so important. And that's, that goes to, put food on your table or, make money off of, crops, stuff like that. I mean, farming is it's one of the most important things to keep the United States going.
Yeah. I'm glad, Sarah, that you brought up Clinton. One thing that I've been thinking about a lot lately, and one thing that I'm happy to see in candidates now, is that for years after Clinton, the line was that, okay, the Carville line that you triangulate, you find in between the positions and find where the median is. And I think once we're seeing now, after 40 years of 45 almost years of asymmetric polarization, with the right going out further and further and further, at a certain point, there's a need to kind of just stand the ground and say no,
yeah.
After however many years of electoral failures, there's a recognition that oftentimes that median is more of a myth.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I mean, we did talk about that, right? This kind of misnomer as that bipartisanship is the safe move, right? And I would say, honestly, maybe in another landscape, I get painted as sort of unreasonably, I think, as hating bipartisanship. It's just the most absurd argument, right? But I just hate bipartisanship as an end goal, as a stand-in for actually being effective. There are things you can be bipartisan on for sure, right? Hey, I want to give a renter credit. Hey, I want to give a landlord credit. I mean, that's not great, but we can talk about that, right? But I want to give ICE $30 billion to act lawlessly in our streets, to ignore judicial orders. And that's not a place to be bipartisan. That's not bipartisanship. That's taking people hostage. And I mean, that's to me, if you are bipartisan, if you want to meet someone halfway who's completely lawless and has no regard for our Constitution, has no regard for our rights, you're still on the wrong side of history. Meeting them halfway still puts you in the wrong camp. So no, I don't think that this like milk toast kind of generic brand of bipartisanship is some ideal to be to strive for. I think it's one of the many ways in which we're kind of brainwashed into accepting the status quo. You can't, again, it's that fear-based of like you can't reach for anything more. You can't have any more vision than what you've got because then you risk everything. So I don't know, guys. I don't get those text messages anymore that tell me if I don't send $5, I won't have Roe v. Wade anymore. Guess why? Because we don't have Roe v. Wade anymore. So like the idle threats don't land right with people like me anymore. So yeah, you're gonna have to come up with a new shtick. Two-party system. It's not working well.
And specifics to Carville, since you mentioned, it's been 16 years since he's last said something intelligent. I'm going to quote it here. Let me pay for something. He's talking about airport security here. Let me pay for something. Give me a safe flyer card, and then go measure my penis and let me get on the airplane.
It becomes more, yeah. There is this sort of like, I know what I'm talking about. You guys couldn't possibly get this. That elitism, right? I mean, I will say, I used to think that was hyperbole until I was in the thick of this, and I got to tell you, like, I am shocked by the elitism in the Democratic Party. Like, this is the party of John Lewis. This is the party of Geraldine Ferraro. Like, these are people who were platformed previously. These are people who didn't ask your permission if we could be platformed, right? Like, they made change, they showed up. The absolute, like, I don't know, aggression for people who are willing to do hard things within this party is, I think, pretty discouraging. But I guess I have enough of a contrarian streak in me to like keep going, right? Because if they're fighting you that hard, you must be doing something right. So
Or things need to be done, and the fact that people don't want to do them, it's just like he says discouraging, but for me, like campaign market, it's been hard work, but it's a beautiful thing to do because that you're fighting for the change that we need and that we deserve, and that you're fighting for yourself. And we shouldn't have to fight for what our ancestors fought for, but here we are. But we're gonna be on the right side of history, and that's what matters now. It's being on the right side of history.
yeah, I think so. And I mean, at this point, I've talked quite a lot about ICE. I haven't talked a whole lot about my Israel position. It's equally as important to me. I feel like these are literally same side of the the colonization coin. I feel like I mean, not to psychoanalyze the country a little too much, but I will say there's this sort of lack of acceptance that the U.S. is on colonized soil, and that there's like this kind of willful lack of being able to admit that you didn't actually genocide these people. Like, you created a bunch of borders, you created reservations, you made us think that Mexicans have totally different backgrounds than us Native people north of the border, tried to draw us apart. And the truth is, we're still here. And there's like this, I just think that there's this sort of weird like attachment to that colonization narrative that drives some of this belovedness for ICE. But let me get off my soapbox for a second on that and talk about how I really do. I really believe if you are anti-ICE, you cannot be anything but for an arms embargo to Israel. Like, these things are inherently interlocked, right? And of course, I've been called an anti-Semite and all that stuff, right? Like, you can't have a thin skin when it comes to that. But I mean, a genocide is a genocide, and I grew up being educated on the genocide of Native people in this country. Like, that was not news to me, and so when I hear that the UN has deemed this a genocide, that the International Association of Genocide
Well, preparation is key, and our team at the coffee shop's phone just died. So here we go. We're winging it.
You want to tell us anything about
And
the importance of voting?
we got out this morning.
Well, preparation is key, and our team at the
Cute. This is my home. I like Halloween a little bit. I like spooky. Anne will be here after she finishes CLE, and today it's on ethics. Lawyers have to do that. Maybe we should have some politicians do that.
Probably not politicians as lawyers, but we need at least one more.
We need at least one more, correct? So we are hanging out here waiting for her. Some more team members will probably be heading here from the coffee shop now. I'm planning on making some postcards as last minute reminders. We're going to make some stickers today. Anne's going to head to Leavenworth here after a while. We have some guests coming later today, guests coming from Zoom. I think we have candidates from other races. I think we have some candidates from our same race. We have lots of things that we're planning to do. And
Are we gonna still go stop by Roger Marshall's office?
oh, yeah, I think we're even going to make a stop at Rogers Marshall's office, i.e. the security team's break room. Maybe say hi, leave a sticky note. I don't know, lots of stuff to do. I'm sure you'll meet my dogs. The white guy is Merlin, sweet as can be. You'll meet the Velveteen Jumping named Jolene. Sweetest pitty you ever met, but she can't stand still. You'll,
Looks like we have Anne checking in with us now. Hi, Anne.
CLE is done. I'm on my way to y'all's place to get Miranda and go to Leavenworth.
All right, cool.
How's it
can't
going?
wait.
I'm gonna need so much coffee. I'm already sleepy, guys. Already sleepy. I didn't tell you, last night we had sleepless children. It was perfect timing. It always ends up like this. So, Adam Hamilton signs are all over my neighborhood. I'm gonna have to hunt these people down, put signs, my own sign. Just kidding, just kidding. Although I do have one neighbor who has my sign and another candidate's sign in his yard because the spouse or the two occupants are in disagreement about who should be the senator. That's exciting. What have you guys been doing? What I miss?
Tell them that you went to go vote.
Yep, I went to go vote.
Oh, you voted!
And we live streamed the whole thing.
All right. So I can't have any music except for my campaign song, right? So if I want to listen to music, it's just that on repeat. Is that right?
I think that's the plan.
That's a bummer. Look, there's geese. You guys want to see the geese? We love the geese. Hi, geese. It's so excited. I love geese. My favorite is when they're all walking across the street and all the cars are backed up because we have to stop for the police. And they don't care at all. Forgot stupid microphones again. Dang it.
So how did your CLE go, Anne?
It was good. It was a lot of information that I've had before, but there's some new information that was good. So, but it is complete. So I am up to date on my credits, which was the key. It was free too, which was nice. It's always nice when you know how to pay for it. Downey Law Group, I think was the name of the people that put it on. So if you guys are looking for CLEs, Downey Law Group. Do we have an address for where we're going, Miranda? I'll plug it in, let me pick you up, but just make sure we have an address. So that we have oh my God. This vehicle stopped on the left lane on 69 North, everybody. Right? Going towards 95th Street. There's just people stopped in the left lane, so drive safe. No cops there yet. I don't know what's happening. Maybe a wreck.
Yes, Sean, how did coffee go?
It went well. Had some good conversation. Then stayed and spoke with Sarah about some of her views on her race and policy, and now we're here. And Anne should probably be back on soon.
She's on.
She is? Okay. Have you like reviewed the schedule and the next stuff, or is it a surprise?
We kind of went over it a little bit. Do you want to?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
we have planned for the rest of the day.
Heading out to Leavenworth, go to is it the Core Civic Advisory Board? Core Civic Advisory Board meeting, see what's going on there ever since they opened that detention center. Then trying to think what else we have. We have some special guests later. I don't remember who's when, but I know some will be popping in throughout the day.
Yeah, we just got confirmation that Eric Murray will be on at some point, and Jason Hart said he's gonna come. I haven't heard back from Christy Davis. I will try to message her. I don't have her phone number. I have her campaign manager, but I haven't heard back from them yet. So I'll see if I can try a different form of getting in touch. And then still, maybe we can message Patrick Schmidt on Facebook. I don't know how else to get in touch with him. Or I guess we could try his website. Those are, I think, the only ones that I haven't heard from or spoken with so far. I'm almost there, Miranda.
We will see you soon.
By the way, if anybody's watching, I'm encouraging everyone to vote no. There's a lot of bad information going around out there about vote yes versus vote no. And I think it's intentional to mislead people into voting one way or another. But I am encouraging you to vote no. I will be voting no. And we can talk about that if you want. I've done a podcast on it. I've done the research. The way we do it now is the best way that we've had in practice in this country from its founding, as far as I can tell. So, vote no. I don't want to see our judicial branch become the disgusting nightmare circus that we see in the legislative branch. It's embarrassing at this point, and I'd really like to not end up like that. Do y'all ever just get embarrassed about the way our politicians seem to behave? Just, it's embarrassing. Just me. Somebody just waved at me. I wonder if they were waving at me to be friendly or if I made them mad. I don't know. But hi, if you're somebody that was nice. Last summer, I spent almost the whole summer with my kids. I would take them to the pool and I would sit outside of the pool and I would research, study law, study the Constitution. I was trying so hard to prepare for this. And then the longer I've been in it, the more I realize I don't think these people know these things. I think I was the only one that cared about the substance of knowing what I need to be able to do and how to do it and all of those things. It's a real shame. There's no merit anymore. I see Terry. Oh my God, look at your skeleton. Do you guys want me to come in or are you just coming out?
Yes, you come in here and check in with the team.
Come inside and check in with the team? Okay, I'm coming. Hang on, now I gotta find the keys. Look at you. That's awesome. You're free now.
All right, love you. I appreciate you.
Look at it. It's enormous.
Get it for yourself the
Does
berry.
it turn on?
Yes.
Does it glow or something?
Yeah, the eyes glow and it cackles at you, but the batteries are dead.
Oh, oh no.
The door that's not.
Hi, honey. Hello. See, there's doggies. Hello. Hello. Yes, I love you. What's up?
Hey, how's it going?
Should I turn my stream off now?
We'll just switch babies.
We should do the GoPro onto the collar.
Merlin's POV.
What's up, baby?
What's your POV, Merlin?
And then
Oh, no. Wait a minute.
Hello, everyone. We're back. We had
What's up?
Internet connection difficulties for a second there, but now we're back.
I don't know where I'm going. You know where we're going? Yes. Sorry for the technical difficulties, everybody. The internet is disconnected for a second. You can plug it in there. Oh, yeah. Got it? All right.
At the next stop sign, turn right. At the stop sign, turn right onto South 49th Street.
Do we get any more questions then? More conversation topics? So where are we going now? We are going to the Core Civic Community Advisory Committee. Is that what they call it? Yeah. They're having a meeting in Leavenworth. We're probably going to be late for it, but it starts at 2. Yeah, we're definitely going to be late for it, but hopefully we'll get there for part of it. This is a group that's been working to try to kind of keep tabs on what's going on with Core Civic, make sure that the oversight's in place, that the city's doing what it needs to do and is able to do it, and that Core Civic, yeah, and that Core Civic is in compliance with the special use permit. So Core Civic's a really long story. I don't know if anybody's watching. I can talk about how it's like what we've gone through with that. But we're gonna actually have Bill's coming on later, right?
Yes, 7 o'clock.
So at 7 p.m., if you're curious to hear from the man who's worked at Core Civic himself, he's gonna be on at 7, and you can Google him, Bill Rogers. He has been speaking out about this. He's done the research.
At the next stop sign, turn right.
Into the for-profit prison system in our country. I did not have that much of an opinion about it until I, got involved with
At the stop sign, turn right onto Metropolitan
with
Avenue.
Core Civic, and came to understand a lot more about how the private prison system works. And I'm to the point where I don't think that there's any. I don't think that there's any argument in favor of them that holds water. I don't think that should be a for-profit industry. We shouldn't be trying to fill up our prisons with more people, just like we shouldn't be. The quota system doesn't work, right? Like, we know that. Law enforcement will tell you that. And so there should never be an incentive to detain people more. We should always be working towards rehabilitation whenever we can, and giving people the ability to function in society. There will always
Go
be
past
people that
this light.
can't, but
Then, at the next
for
one,
those that
turn
can.
left onto the I-635 North ramp.
But regardless of anything, the for-profit prison system is broken, and we can't. The stuff that went down in Core Civic when it was opened as just a prison, not an immigrant detention facility.
At the light, turn left onto the North ramp.
In the ICU, because right. But he came to my house one morning for coffee, brought me all of his paperwork that he's put together. I mean, it's really amazing how much information he has about. Curious about the for-profit prison industry, and specifically Core Civic. He's the man to look out. He's done tons of interviews. Him and Miss Marcia have spoken out against it a lot. Yes. And they were both injured because of the mismanagement and the cutting corners to try to maximize profit, which put not only the inmates at risk but also the employees at risk. And so it's really important that the city has some oversight and that we have community involvement, ensuring that these facilities are working in congruence with the law, in congruence with humanity, those things. Straight. Taking things at 12. We told them about your work to Tony. That comment period. Yeah, we will. Maybe we'll have to. Could try that thing, but that thing is falling off. That's what I was mad about yesterday. Closer. Oh, it's up there. I can talk louder. I'm gonna yell. Everyone's gonna think that I can only yell. Sometimes like Ron Burgundy. I cannot control the sound of my voice. Is that Ron Burgundy? I'm Ron Burgundy. Isn't it? Dude, you have no idea what I'm talking about, do you? Do you know who Ron Burgundy is? I'm pretty sure it's him that couldn't lower the sound of his voice, so he just yelled.
So I met a doctor when I was out, where was I? Gulf County, who told me that before the current senator was elected, he was out there meeting with some other doctors. And he told them that he's actually pro-choice. Yeah. But that he couldn't run on them, or he couldn't run and say that out loud or something like that. But I always wonder if these people believe what they say they believe, or if they're just telling us what they think we want to hear. And that just, that's true. It supports my assertion that they just tell us what we want to hear, and they don't actually believe half the crap they say.
phone's this meeting over? I'm not gonna make it. I don't know. What do you think it sucks? I'm mad about it. What do I think about the war in Iran? I think it's a distraction from other crap that's going on. I think we have no business being over there. I think that there's been ample evidence come out that we had no business being there, that there was no plan going in, and I don't think that there's a plan to get out. I think it's all just doing whatever he feels like doing, to be completely honest with you. I don't think our children should be going to die over there. I don't think it's our war. I don't think it's we shouldn't be there. We shouldn't be spending money on that, sending our kids to die when we have enough problems going on here at home that we need to address. This is not, and it's not our war. It's not our fight. How much money have we spent on this war now? Or whatever they want to call it. I don't care what they call it. Somebody's gonna say it's not a war, it's this. I don't care. I don't care about the semantics, okay? Like, call it whatever you want to call it. We're over there, we're sending our babies to go die over there for something that we have no business sending our babies to go die. Has not made us safer, has not made the world safer. And I was talking earlier about how, if you read a book called On Tyranny by Tim Snyder, he talks about how Russia in 2016 was destabilizing and creating a refugee crisis in other parts of the world, and at the same time flooding the European countries with anti-immigrant propaganda, anti-refugee propaganda, and it looks so incredibly familiar when you see it spelled out like that. There's something bad, wrong going on in our world today, and the people, all of us, we're subject to it all. It's not what we want. Nobody wants this, what's happening. We all want to just live our lives and be with our families and our people. Most of us have no interest in this world domination, but we're watching a group of grown-up looking children play a game of world domination, and we're all non-player characters in their little game, and they don't care anything about us. And the sooner we all realize that they don't give two craps about us, they'd sell us all for pennies if they could, just to make a buck. Then we'll come together and we'll say no more. We're not going to allow y'all to do this to the people of this world anymore. We're not going to be your political pawns. We're not going to be characters in your little game. We're not going to be your collateral damage. Who was that guy that left the administration after we went into Iran? There was one guy who left. He said, I'm not going to do this because we shouldn't be there. And this was somebody that was a very ardent Trump supporter, as far as I know. And he's telling us, when are we going to listen to any of the people that he's now supporting? He can't be the only person that, never mind. That's not why I'm here. What type of things do you think as an immigration attorney? What type of things do I do as an immigration attorney? Most of my clients are spouses of U.S. citizens. I do a lot of family unification. I have done some business visas. I've done what is it, an O visa, so an immigrant with extraordinary abilities. But for the most part, it's been family-based visas. And you'll see that a lot. You'll see a lot of like attorneys that will just do one area of immigration law because it is so vast. So like a lot of us, if we're practicing in front of the USCIS, we might not ever go to immigration court. But then there are people that just do detained cases, and so they'll be the ones that are going to visit their clients at Core Civic or places like that. We're going to represent them in immigration court. But most of my cases are in front of USCIS. And for some of those, they'll have interviews. Sometimes they don't. So I can go to the interviews sometimes. But it's a lot of figuring out if there are any issues involved, if there's anything that would raise red flags, and if there is, why, and what is that about. And usually there's not anything. I very rarely have a client where I'm like, okay, well, what's this? Most of the people that I meet are very adamant about following the law. They don't want to screw up their chances of being able to remain here permanently. I do some naturalization cases. So naturalization is when you get your citizenship. So I do that. And then after, so let's say you marry a U.S. citizen and you haven't been married for 2 years, you actually are only issued a conditional permanent residency card. So in 2 years, you actually have to prove your relationship again to get that, what's called a removal of conditions. And then you'll have your card. It'll be valid, I think, for 10 years. And you renew it every 10 years after that. And if you get your permanent residency through a spouse or immediate relative, then you only have to wait 3 years before you're eligible for citizenship. If you do it through a business visa, you have to wait 5 years before you're eligible for citizenship. And one thing that some clients will argue with me about is if you get a traffic ticket or if you're stopped by law enforcement for a traffic violation, do you have to disclose that? And I always err on the side of disclosing everything, even if you weren't, if it was dismissed, whatever, because you'd rather them have it all and work through that on the front end than it come up that you tried to hide something. You never want to try to hide anything or lie. That's the worst thing you can do because you can be barred for misrepresentation. Bohemian Rhapsody is stuck in my head. So thanks to that. I guess I could do it until somebody pays me to do that. Nobody wants to do that. Are you serious? I don't even know the words. People want to hear this. I see a little silhouette of a man. I don't. How's it go? How's it start? Are you gonna sing it with me? How's it start? I have to pay for you to sing it with me. Pay to shut me up and make Miranda sing instead. Tell them they can watch us again. Caroline and Barry later tonight. We got nothing else to watch. Yeah, Miranda says you can see us sing Sweet Caroline later today if we can watch it. If we watch the karaoke replay. Cannot believe I did that. Things I do for Kansas. So did I tell you Dr. Latz taught me another cow game that I didn't know? You just claim the cows. You say my cows, and then you're supposed to try to count them and see who gets the most cows. But then when you pass the cemetery, you get to kill your opponent's cows. What? Yeah. Me and the kids have been playing that lately. They've made up new rules. That way we don't have to scream out the window as much. But I didn't get to show Dr. Latz how to play hay cow yet. Just we didn't find the right moment. You know, it's really you have the right moment. This is taking us a weird way. I should have forced my kids to turn on live stream and watch me today, right? You turn this on mute? Huh? Did you turn this on mute? Yeah, just so we can play on the screen. Yeah, but now that's why I got lost then. I was wondering why it's not talking. Yeah, I turned it back on.
In 600 feet, continue straight onto 92 spur. Continue straight onto 92 spur, then turn right after A&S Auto and Truck Sales.
Some yard signs over here. Did you bring any? There's some in the trunk, yeah.
At the light, turn right onto State Route 92 West.
So yeah, this driving part is actually a really depiction to candidate for U.S. Senate does most of the day. Just drive around. I've driven so much in the past year. The vulture. We saw a bunch of vultures when we were driving to Larned, or from Larned. What's your favorite season, Miranda? This is supposed to be your Q&A. What's your favorite season? I mean, obviously, fall. I like summer with the kids, but I don't like summer without kids. I mean, I used to, because I used to do fun stuff in the summer, but now summer's not as fun. I think we need to do, like, Europe has like all of August off, right? I think we need to be doing that. We need to find this work-life balance that's a little more life, a little less work. But I also love Christmas, so and I do get very excited when the pumpkin stuff comes out. I am that. Hey, more coffee.
In 600 feet, at the traffic circle, take the first exit and stay on State Route 92 West. Exit the traffic circle onto State Route 92 West. Continue for 1 mile. Welcome to Kansas. In half a mile, turn left after Fairfield by Marriott Inn and Suites Leavenworth. After Fairfield by Marriott Inn and Suites Leavenworth, turn left onto North 5th Street. Go past Johnson Street and turn left onto Kiowa Street. Turn left onto Kiowa Street. Then you'll turn right into the parking lot.
Amy.
Elephant. I just want to say that we already established. So everybody will have, outlook. It's important to know that time takes result, right? If I complain something today, I need to complain today. You will overwhelm the system. And then I put it first. For mine, it was the staff roll my eye. Is medication. Is food. So which one will be more pressing? Medication. My issue, as important to me it was, right, is on the shame is not that important. So I cannot be frustrated because my issue was not solved, right? And then I would reach out to my family and stuff like that. I just want to everybody to understand that if you guys are receiving issues or complaints, where do they fall, right? How long ago? Because if I'm complaining about the same thing, about the same car, this car is actually getting more aggressive. Corrections, specialists, right? Right. So just be mindful of that.
There's some kind of triage system in place that, you know, this is urgent, this is emergent, this is, you know, and I'm sure that that is in place, that,
So,
you know, everything is.
Let's not assume. Is there any triage?
So, yeah, so I mean, there's time frames. About there's informal, there's pre-messages, so pre-messages are going to be emergency a non-emergency grievance, but like we said before, is that if she's seeing the same grievance on the same person or the same obviously trigger look at that.
How is that communicated back to the person? I'll give you an example. I'm cold, I need medicine, I need food, shower broken. How does that get back to the area? Shower's broken, we'll get somebody on it, it'll be done.
I mean, it's generally the same manner that they relay the information to us. So whatever way they're communicating us. The other thing is that myself, that she's an AWS user and the ones that so it's not that they don't have the opportunity to escalate that information. So if it's, you know, I'm gonna keep building on Monday and I'm back again on Wednesday, obviously.
So, but that's not what I am. And I'm also not trying to pick on anybody. But I don't understand, I got the same email, everybody else did, and I don't know if you're. So how is it communicated? Steve says, and I'm told, and you go, okay, or you go, look at that, or have it fixed tonight, tomorrow. I do my medicine, okay, how do they know that something's happening and in what time frame? And I'm not asking them completion of that something. I get that. I'm just curious how it's communicated back to them. What?
Get on the email to the maintenance supervisor, the cells and the day rooms and what they are. You know, if it's an overall, the cells are full, the cells full, obviously, that's by cell. So, you know, go back in on Tuesday and it's like, hey, are you good, Steve? He's like, yeah, we're good. honestly, if it's a medical, issue, you can go back to medical. Or medical, there's sick call, 3 hours, so, there's a sick call process. Well, it's urgent.
Tell me about showers, what I is exactly what we were discussing about opportunity, just train. What trains you to me, that's the transparency I think this group would like to do. Are there trains that complain other than what the members and everybody doing in that particular email? Are you seeing trains around there saying these are things that are advising like this and rather than us bombarding you with 3,000 emails that we're all receiving and you just less than phone calls where my brain is on track and I'm wrong, which I try to apologize for when I make mistakes. Those are pieces that I think that here we bring down and we say, okay, here are some things that we have, and this is how we go. We saw that picking the culture. We got things, we found the safety with that. We had 2 meals last month. We had people and basically that may solve some of the things that we're doing for the that it's not really at least that way we know what's happening. We go, well, we don't discuss it. We go, well, maybe what's going on.
I think that we are giving a general response, like this, the food issue. I think the thing that we have to remember is that they have to respect, you don't have to, in talking to them, you don't have to respect confidentiality. When they respond to you, they have to respond with, and observe confidentiality. So like, or maybe not you as an attorney because you're representing them, but I'm saying we have to make certain that we respect that we cannot provide individual, right, I'm just saying, that's one of the things that we have to keep in mind that, but when you get a very specific complaint, they can't ever put a name to that complaint. Right, friends or not, I'm just saying, we have to remember as a whole that we can. Right.
To me, the information that we coming from you would be those things that you said. You know, I got whole facilities about the TV program in one sector. This group wanted to watch cooking shows, and this group wanted to watch monster trucks or whatever. And so that became conflict. And we resolved it by having the TV by shutting the TV off. That's up to you. So I think for us, if we're going to be observers of the conduct in the city, then that kind of issues that are going on.
Right, but they're not part of the special use permit, and we have to make certain that we are, that we are aware of that, and that, although we may really love to have, but there's some things that there's protocols, there's processes, there are, procedures, and we have to make certain that what we are asking and the questions that we're asking are directly related to that special use permit. And we want to make certain that compliance to that special use permit is adhered to steadfast.
goes out, it's especially how police department is going. We could go out, talk to everybody, it matters first.
Can I jump in really quick on this, because I think one of the things that we're doing here now is, because I hear what you're saying, and I hear what you're saying, and I think, Brenda, I hear what you're saying too. We're talking about, we're here for the special use permit as a whole, but then there's individuals of us who are specifically looking for, or looking at the individual situations, the dignity of the care. That's your job, obviously, Brenda, to speak to everybody in a neutral way and try to back up. But we're doing this right now where we're looking at this as the special use permit specifically. We're trying to say what specifically does Core Civic have to follow per the city guidelines. But then we're also getting into the topics of everybody in the community, or those of us who have the emails, getting them to visit. And so I would back up to actually say specifically, what are you guys hearing? Are you guys hearing from the emails that you get, things that we're bringing? Are you hearing more individual things, and how do you follow up on that? I understand that you said there's things that you can't obviously talk about. I understand that. I think most of us understand that too. We have a question about also, how do you follow up? That probably needs to be the most transparent thing, at least the process, because everybody sitting at this table, everybody here sitting here listening to this, they're going to be concerned about that. So I would say any clearance that you give on that is that the emails and stuff, I would say, I think most of us get that, or most of us have access to it. How would it best help if we wanted to contact, if we got a family member that said, hey, my family member is feeling this way or that way? If an individual group wants to contact you, do they contact you, Brenda? Do they contact you, Misty? I understand we can't always get follow-up because there's going to be privacy. How does that process go, step by step? So everybody here at this table, everybody here in the room understands how it is. Yep.
But that's the thing, nobody's contacting us. Everybody's contacting everybody else, and then by the time that it does, there's no contact. There's no
Right, that's what
person, there's no time
Right.
frames, so I invite you to call the facility, email Brenda, let us know what's going on. I want to do an issue, I want to address it. Some of them are so out there that it's untruths, that they can fire the butter down.
So could we see, could you all bring agreements law, for us to look at? Why not?
So part of the SUV is to show that we're in compliance, we're talking about the process, we're talking about the audit standards, but we're not gonna
And they should not get penalized for that, if they're not bringing that kind of stuff.
I kind of want to know what trends are too, and what's going on.
But at
I
the
have
end of the
no
day,
idea what's going on.
if you bring it to us for addressing the process in place,
That's what I'm asking. I don't know what's going on. I have no idea. Can I weigh in a little bit? Can I ask you a question? Yeah. What is your expectation if the complaint is, if one guy is complaining because it's cold and there's 200 people? I'm not asking about that. It seems like you are. I'm asking for trends. I just meant, because we hear stuff. I mean, and I would generally the board, the sort of existential question I want to sort of address here is, what are the expectations for those kinds of complaints? They happen every day, not in Core Civic, they happen in the jail, they happen in prisons. And so the question I'm having at this point is, what are your expectations? What's the expectations if the complaint is, my spaghetti was cold, the room was cold, right? What are the expectations of the outcome? If they say to you, we addressed it, that's not going to seemingly resolve. It doesn't seem like you're going to be satisfied with that. Then you are misreading what I'm saying. Okay, I apologize for that. So I don't have any idea what the complaints are overall. And Brenda was saying that you look for trends, and that's great. But I literally have no idea. I mean, I know where the facility is, and I have no idea what else is going on. So what else is happening? We saw a trend in shower temperatures, and then we did explain. And then we come back a month later and we go, man, we also saw a trend in shower temperatures and we and why are we having this, why are we talking about this over and over and over? Because that's our job, is to make sure that, that everything is being cared for the way it's supposed. I completely agree with that, but I don't see that we've talked about the outcome, right? If the complaint is consistently, let's say the trend is the showers are full, and we've communicated that to them and they've addressed it and they said we have addressed it. What's the outcome then? It doesn't seem like to me that that's going to be satisfied no matter what is told. So you're reading into my statement. What, as a committee member who is, it's our job to make sure that we're in compliance with the special use permit. And if there are things that keep coming up, then that's a problem. That's a problem. Totally agree with that. Completely agree with that. And so I can't give you and then this happened. And so we have some more complaints. Just don't know.
We also need to get to a point though, and that's what I said last time, that we need to absolutely be diligent and very vigilant. But we also have to vet things too, because we keep getting in the weeds of any and everything. So anything that gets brought up, yes, everybody in there, absolutely, we have to check on. But we get everybody, a lot of people here get the list. There are very small things and there are massive things. And I think that we're treating everything from big to small. We're looking at the same way. We're saying the big things need to be handled that fast. The small things need to be that fast. There's how many coordinators, grievance. There's one. I think that's what Michael said too, like or not Michael, I think you said it, that we need to also allow the time, and everybody needs to have that patience. We want it to be done. We have to make sure that it gets done. I mean, for you guys, we have to make that sure that it's done. But if it's not done at the time that we see it, we can't also go off the rails and say they're not doing it. So that's one thing. I know, I see that you're thinking that that's probably not right, but is it humanly possible? Can Brenda do everything at the time that we see it? Because it becomes an alarm to us, because that's what we're all here for. Those of us who are working in the community and we hear these grievances all the time, we want it fixed ASAP, but we have no idea what her caseload is.
What if we, as a group, yes, our enforcement power is with the SEC, but what if, I think we're all kind of coming at this, individually. What if we as a group decide, here's the trends we are going to want, the things that we're going to start noticing, and then we will pass those on to Core Civic, or anything that's not within that bubble. Anybody that brings that complaint to you, say, well, we're not going to look at that, but you can call this. You can call Core Civic directly. There's nothing stopping non-Q citizens from calling Core Civic today with any concern. From us as a group, instead of us saying, well, I got this, we can decide as a group, well, these concerns are important to us. We will start tracking those complaints and those trends. And then if we start
I think the issue too is like, it's a whole transparency thing. And if at these meetings, we could be told, okay, what were your, and, I mean, let's be real. I mean, I taught high school and we had grievances every day, you know, I mean, it's the nature of the beast. People are gonna make, I mean, you give them an A- instead of an A, they're gonna be mad and you're gonna be the worst teacher in the world. So it's the same thing, anytime you have a group of people together. If we survey this group right here, right now, we probably would have some grievances come up from the way we're holding this meeting. I mean, it's, okay, so with all of that said, if there was a way it could be transparent that we could know there were 4 complaints about the spaghetti, there were 3 complaints about the TV, that's all we need. Okay, well, what did you do with that? Well, we went back to the people who complained about the spaghetti, and they didn't even have spaghetti that night, they had macaroni or whatever. I mean, it could be easily done, and then if we get a complaint from somebody in the community that says, I heard in Core Civic they're stringing them up by their elbows. Well, no, because we know what all the complaints are from this organization. Things are happening in California, and they're saying that they happen here. You know, I mean, it's the way the news goes. So I think we need to be able to have a way that we are honest and open with each other. And that then we can say, yeah, we heard about the spaghetti, and guess what? They, I don't know, what do you do with spaghetti? Up the temperature on it, or whatever. Yeah, we're not gonna be able to answer that. And we're at risk of passing this on. But I think that there may be processes and things that we can do to work with Core Civic to get, you know, hammer some things down, but we can't have expectations that are not realistic. And so that's one of the things that we also need to make sure that what we're asking for is something that they can legally and ethically and all of the above take care of as we're moving through the process. But we need to continue to make sure that we focus on where are we with this question. What are, you know, as things are being reported out, at what stage are they, if, you know, what things have been done, what things have not been done. We know now that the trees have been planted. That was part of the special use permit. That was one of the conditions. We need to be mindful of what the conditions were and focus on those things. And then there are two people. We need to make sure. But we need to make sure that we continue to focus on what our goal is as this group. And that, I think that, you know, there's things we want brought next time, put it on the agenda, let's know, I'll make sure it gets put on the agenda. Nancy, Molly, and I will meet with Core Civic and, you know, investigate the things that happen or not. Yeah, so I really appreciate the time today. I appreciate you for bringing us the information on the grievance process. Everybody remember that you can find that grievance process on the internet. It's there. I went and looked at both some of the things that, and I talked to Misty about what are specific things, because there are things that are specific to Core Civic, and there are other things that are mandatory on the part of the ICE, you know, and the standards that are there. And go look them up. They're very easy to read and to comprehend as well. So with that,
2 quick things. First, our meeting next month will be back at the fire station. Thank Elaine for hosting this month. The other thing, for the time being, you can still follow all information to me, and then I will disperse to Are there any,
I can't.
Oh, hi, I'm Laura Bond. We're from
I only have one. Sounds like.
So that's not just, you know, we said that, Misty, her staff, you know, it's, none of y'all, most, I mean, you know, there's some problems. And there was this stuff so the idea has got to be the best situation. That's what we're trying to do. Like what's going on in California. So you see that
That's huge. I mean, that's huge. This is also some standard for us. And I think that Leavenworth has already done that all across the country. That's what they've done.
the SUP process, yeah. And we're not done because I'm not going to speak on a personal stance as far as this because I don't know, you know, on a friendly level like that, but on a professional level, I have Ashley's right there, Sister Charity. Our group made a big point in saying we need to understand not just what you're doing, but why you're doing it, how you operate. We've gotten a good idea from her research philosophy. And as long as she does that, then, you know, I think that we can do some other CoreCivic facilities, not aware of them on a personal stance, but we can follow the track record. They're not even trying. So,
Does she local? Is she from
no, she's not from here. I don't remember. I think she's from up north somewhere.
here? And so she moved here for this?
I believe so. But she, I mean, she has all the years experience. I mean, she's been with CoreCivic. Yeah. So she has experience on that. Personally, as I said, I could complain on but if the warden that says, I don't really care, I'm not going to work with you at all, no matter what anyone says, we have to do our best to try to form that relationship as best we can. It's nobody has done this with CoreCivic specifically, but across prisons, nobody does this either. Our group is specifically trying to, we're starting with CoreCivic, but we're starting to try to do stuff with Lansing, and try to push a decent amount of transparency and try to figure out how we can have a realist view and say, this is how things are right now, but we are not out of control. So.
I mean, it's one of those things, you know, we can enforce our laws, but we also have to honor the bounds of human decency and dignity, right? And that's, for me, like, we can argue all day over, you know, what outcome each of these individual people should have as far as immigration and whatever. But that should be a hard line for everybody. And I cannot tell you, I go wherever I go, I don't know if you've heard of CoreCivic in Leavenworth, but look what they did. Like, I am talking about you guys everywhere I go because I think that it's huge what the city has been able to do, what the community has been able to do. And we're seeing it, you know, now with data centers and vision projects that they want to push through against the wishes of the towns. And it's not the same thing, but it gives you an example of how you can do it and what you can do. And so it's really huge. And it just, like, I got chills right now just knowing that. I mean, it's truly amazing what they've done here.
Using the legal
held it off
process.
for so long and gotten the oversight in place. I mean, it is really, it's a victory story. And I hope that I hope we see even more, even better everything. You know, I'd love to see it all perfect in the end. But it is a true story of victory.
Yeah.
So that's really, really cool.
We'll see. It's
Still a lot of work to do.
There's
though.
still a lot of work
to do.
for sure.
Yeah.
But this is huge, and it's really an honor to be here because I'm very excited about what you're doing. And I don't know whichever way my election goes, but I want to continue to be involved and can we exchange?
We definitely can.
I'll just shoot you text my info.
Tell you when you're ready.
Sure, Daniel Mack.
Okay, what's your number? Oh, actually. later,
Absolutely.
regardless of whatever happens. I'm here for this.
Thank you for coming by, and
Yeah,
it means a lot.
absolutely. Thank you for doing it. Really, truly, really great to meet you.
Thank you.
I look forward to getting to know
You will, trust me.
Keep after it.
We're gonna keep in contact with everybody.
Yeah, stay on it, stay on it. Even, you know, I'm on.
Please do.
I'm staying on everybody. No
That's
more
exactly-
passes.
No,
No
that's
more
that's
passes.
how we got here, because they were bad.
Yeah.
So this was tough. Today was absolutely.
Yeah.
We're all coming from this from different perspectives. I mean, the same perspective, but different ways of doing it. And I don't. We're learning the hard way that it's not. It's tough. So keep supporting us.
Yeah, absolutely. We will be.
All
I'll
right.
keep spreading the word about you.
Thank you.
Thanks. So nice to meet you. Jessica.
Nice to meet you too.
Nice to meet you. Really nice to meet you.
Thank you. Oh, you're welcome.
Are you pastor?
I am not pastor. So I told her that if we well, anything that we can do. 107 years will be it's August 16th. So how are you, man? To meet her.
Whatever you, if you don't want to answer that.
Yeah. I don't be quiet. Visual.
Bring it inside and
About what your group is doing.
so I'm Daniel McIntosh, Community Response, and we react to this issue. And a lot of times we're in contact with a lot of detainees and their families, and they give us issues, which we will frequently pass on to this board, and we try to make sure that the issues that they're bringing up are being taken care of and addressed in a way that actually deals with the problems.
You guys are doing excellent work here.
We're trying. There's a lot of work left to be done.
What is your takeaway on this meeting? What do you think?
It was about what I expected.
Yeah.
You know, what we frequently hear, and I mean frequently, with almost no exception, every single detainee who tells us a problem does not want to be identified in any way. They believe that they're going to be in there for a short time, whether or not that's true. They usually believe that they're going to be in there for such a short time that they'd rather keep their head down and find a way to survive the problems that they're having rather than risk any type of retaliation or publicity or anything like that. So almost every single time, that's what we hear. Detainees. The only times that haven't been true are when detainees wanted to get deported faster. And so in those situations, they're okay with, okay, yeah, get money into the city so this problem can get looked into so I can get out of there faster.
Anything you want to share with us?
But like, I would love to, but like I said, detainees don't want us sharing their information. We are seeing trends. The trends will be reflected in the types of things that they're looking into and keeping to make sure that the human rights perspective.
Nice.
We got
Okay, we're back on the road. Where are we headed now, Anne? So our team has been hitting Leavenworth canvassing, and we are on our way now to follow up with one of the voters who was interested in meeting me and learning more. So we're gonna go do that real quick.
All right, cool. So what do you think about the meeting?
I thought it was really informative. I was glad to be there. I got to speak with Justin, who's one of the people leading that group, and
In 600 feet, turn left on Olive Street.
and it's really nice to know that Leavenworth has been able to do the things that it's been able to do, and to keep sort of on top of what's
Turn
going
left
on
onto Olive Street.
in a detention facility in their town.
In 800 feet, your destination will be on the right.
And yeah, so I thought it was great. I look forward to coming again. I'm happy to know that this community organization exists, and they're holding Core Civic accountable to the best of their abilities, and the city council and everyone else. So that's a big deal. Mm-hmm.
Is on the right.
All right, looks like we're pulling up and meeting with our canvassers.
I actually cannot.
Better than I would have done.
Yeah, well, yeah, but that was the farm part of me. In fact, when I was in my driver's ed, like he was teaching me to parallel park, and he was like, you know what, forget it, I got somewhere to be.
You know what? That's about what happened with me.
Is it
too.
really?
Like, I think that's passable. You'll be all right. Don't worry about it. And then I took the test, and then I failed. And the second time he goes, just don't do this. Just don't do this in the future. We don't really need that in town. If you're in the city, find a garage.
Don't parallel park.
Yeah,
we
just-
didn't have to do it as part of our test.
Yeah.
As the driving part.
So we'll meet Edward,
Right.
former Trump supporter,
Yeah, that's right. You.
turned probably Democratic voter.
All right.
Unhappy about gas prices,
Yeah,
as
who's
most of
not?
us in the working class are.
Yeah.
And also as a cemetery worker and lawn care specialist, I've got about 100 sugar bites already.
Do you?
Yeah,
Oh.
the little red bugs that.
Like from your work or from Canada?
No, from here.
Oh, good.
From the grass one. So, we got that one.
That's fun later.
No, man.
How's
The
day going?
consequences of being a snake candidate.
What are we? We're on like hour, I don't know, 1700
Already.
Hey, you only got like 10 left, so something like that.
I gotta go till like 2 o'clock tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, okay, well, I tried to make it sound better for you.
I don't know. I think it's really. I don't do well with no sleep, guys.
I was hoping that rain would cool down for us.
Hi.
Hi, Edward. How are you?
Hey,
Come
this is
in.
And come
All
in out
right,
of this
you.
stuff.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
I
it's a
will
little
do it.
matchbox, but it works.
Ooh, that's okay. It's hot out there.
Well,
Thanks for letting us drop off.
what a pressure is okay. I said, what a pressure. Sit down, wherever.
So nice to meet you. Is this okay? You don't want me to sit there? Is that your spot?
Stop it. Don't
Where
sit
do you want me to
there.
go?
It was good. Let me see. Let me move this out the way. Give me some time.
I go wherever you want me to go. I'm good.
Hey.
I know I always make a mess whenever I come over, right?
Well, it continues. Sit down. Sit down, you too.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So, where you from, Edward?
He said, Louisville, Illinois.
Yeah?
Belleville, Illinois. Is that too loud? There's something you don't understand.
Yeah, you can.
It's able to know he would bang his head into the wall.
Cardinals fan.
Yeah. It would go inside every 6 months.
Right? I was soccer from Pamela, Arkansas.
Oh.
There's no Major League Baseball team in Arkansas, so we were all obligated to St. Louis Cardinals.
A lot of my folks from Alabama.
Yeah, okay.
They knew.
Yeah, yeah.
Mississippi Law Stop.
Yeah.
Stop sign. Yeah, that's what they say. Yeah. I used to be cheap. You know, I met this girl. I hadn't known her for a couple of weeks. And wow, next thing I know, I'm taking her to Sugar Land, Mississippi.
Yeah?
I never heard of Sugar Land, Mississippi. That's probably what.
Yeah.
Bernie's, I never heard of.
Must have been nothing there, huh?
I didn't say that. He came back. Yeah. So how are you?
I'm all right.
You gonna win?
That's what we're trying to do. We don't have they tell me I don't have enough money. It's all about the money these days. Nobody's got money these days. Except for select few individuals.
Right, this is not a joke. That a lot of people so I'm saying,
Oh yeah.
I mean, actually, God, I said, look, the people that, a lot of people that die, they should still be living. A lot of people need to die.
I think you always wonder. I've got friends who lost their children very their kids are very young. In fact, just looking at what it's posting today, and you look at that and you're just like, what a shame. You know, the best are taken from us too early, and you're right.
I just like to brother know.
I'm so sorry. Really, I'm so sorry.
Same choke.
Your brother?
Yeah, they say choke.
Looks like somebody's watching our stream now.
He was in St. Louis, Missouri. That's right. He was 73.
Do you have any other siblings?
My sister, she's 76. And she's in, they have been her husband died 3 years ago. But,
You guys close?
we want to be. I want to be closer. Too much. In fact, I'm pretty much my ex-wife, she called me. But I'm going to direct. She said, we don't know enough, but me and you have another baby. And I'm like,
That's how I've got 2 older brothers. We lost our dad when I was 17, and then we were raised by grandma, and she passed away. And so that connection with the sibling, that's what we take.
years ago. Right now, right around the edge of 30 years.
Wow, that's amazing.
Right around the corner of 30 years. Nationality. Watch this.
Okay.
It's just like I'm doing something. It's just like I'm utilizing chemicals. But I'm not. But I got to say that. Because the person I'm going to make a being is about to say something. Make a being, they don't accept it. Guess what? I used to, but they was incredible. So these guys, every year, the same guy, gather up and beat the community. I went back. I am so serious. And the moment that, and they promise you, for the cheese, but not for the line cheese. Next, next, this happened for real. I witnessed that because I was involved in that.
What time period was that? I can see that in the 70s.
Let's say, I'm telling you, if you say Louis doesn't know it, daddy. Yeah, the politicians. Wow.
I got some of that some places.
Well,
I'm noticing.
Yeah. More and more all the time.
Yeah.
That's right. That's happening. Mom and dad raised straight in.
Yeah.
Grandma and them.
Yellow dog Democrat. Huh?
I love it. You know, when we kind of like, wow, okay, from how much money is that would be really better. I gave it in the circle.
Yeah, you were talking with me earlier about Trump and how he's been a lot more corrupt this time around, like than previous.
First of all, you want to get rid of all the standing police. And I mean, they said to be voting. Over here where I just got. That's it. This incredible central power in the whole Senate. I ain't trying to speak like way running stop signs, speeding and driving. They got shoe store, laundry, whatever. Go Central. Yeah, I do go to Sunfresh and buy and once in a while they're out the ice cream. We got 9 or 12 mixed with they do that. Nothing. They do that.
Describe him, kid.
Whatever happened to the wall? They go under it. I don't know. It's so amazing.
I think there's a lot of confusion about
how the immigration system was working and how it, you utilized. I'm an immigration lawyer and I can't even tell you exactly everything that's on. Because there's so much misinformation out there and there's so many, depending on who you talk to is the story that you get, right? So I think really what we have to do is figure out, well, what is the whole, what is going on? And then let's have reforms that work. What we're doing right now is just tormenting people. We've got, I met 2 mothers who were over at, their husbands are being detained in Leavenworth itself. And they were there on Father's Day with 3 kids. One of them had 3 kids, one of them had 6 kids. And I mean, they're U.S. citizens who were in the process of getting permanent residency for their stuff. And so it's people that like, why are we wasting time and money on dad, on soccer moms, right? Like, let's get the people that really are hurting people, not the people that are in the process of trying to do what's right.
Yeah, and I acknowledge, and I really do stuff in this school. Like a lot of people, and my nationality is so it makes you cry and then it makes you angry and it makes you like choose and go.
There's something that is interesting. There's the underlying. We got to figure out why this is happening and what do we do about it. And I think part of it is people just see no path out of whatever they're stuck in, right? Like, used to be you could work 40 hours a week and put food on this table and have a home and all these things, right? Now it's just not reality for people. And I know, like, I just use young people as an example because they're the ones that I talk to a lot that they don't go and vote because they don't see that either side is going to do anything for them. And I keep telling people, if we don't give them something to vote for, if we don't give them a seat at the table, they're not gonna there's no reason for them to come out and vote. Nothing's ever gonna be done to make their lives better. What's the point? And that's what so many of us are seeing right now is no matter who we vote for, nothing's ever improved. They just worry about their reelection. Are they gonna win? That's all they seem to care about, these people up in DC. What their donors want. Like, if you can't donate to a politician these days, they're not going to talk to you.
That's right.
And I'll tell you this. So the guy that I'm running against, Roger Marshall. So that was my last straw with him. Was he had just had a retreat for his wealthy donors in Florida. It was 3 days. 3 days he spent with them, and we had been. So many people in Kansas have been trying to get in touch with him and ask him questions. And he would avoid us. But we found out that he was going to have a town hall. So a lot of us drove out to the town hall and he left that 20 minutes early. He was supposed to be there for an hour and just left us because we weren't giving him money. We couldn't help him with something, right?
What's his name? Robert Marshall?
Roger Marshall.
Roger.
Most of the time.
Not 24/7. These people, not these. All nationalities, all of these talking about. Some of them don't want to see no reality. This man sitting up in the office. Terrible. I thought I liked him for a second. No, I had a second. But I don't. He is so corrupt. This man is terrible, and if people open their eyes and wake up and see what he's trying to do and what he's wanted to do, he's really trying to be president. Life. He's trying to go to be up like 3 years or something.
Basically 2028.
He already talked about he wasn't going to be. He said, well, he said, I'm putting my money on my face on the money. Yeah, I got this highway. I'm down to go highway.
anytime somebody wants their face and their name out like that, and they want to be on, they want homages paid to them. Like you have to question the motivation, right? Like normal people don't want that. Most of us are just like, we're content, you know?
It's it's like a dark bean on everything. It's like, what do you
Yeah,
do? You
yeah.
gotta mark everything.
What you missed? Oh.
I gotta learn that they're supposed to be coming up with this kind of opinion, not put it out.
If I'm not so afraid to put, don't vote for this.
But people are, yeah, people, a lot of people are skittish these days to speak out. But I think, you know, the more of us that are doing it, the more people are like, okay, well, they're gonna come after Ann before they get to me at least.
Yeah.
So I'll shut up after they take Ann away.
Do it. You can't stay denied. Like this. Again, when people open up their eyes, this man, we, all these people, all his life, and how you gonna do that?
They're relying. They're relying on. People are scared of it.
They gotta wake up. People say, maybe the 6 children now. It's like, and you want to keep that water, why? Because people stay in the beaches. Let somebody get close to the ears.
I think I think it's possible that like he's thinking. I don't think that there's a legal path to do that. But I guess, you know, if we don't care about the law, then that's another story.
Well,
So.
he said, I'm the president. Guess what? They said what?
Well, yeah, I mean, look at, you never hear about the
You wanna
Constitution,
say
right?
that
Like,
you
we're
wanna
doing
talk-
this whole war in Iran, and at no point is it, you know.
Why? You think it's part of
You
something?
know, you guys gotta run soon, though, don't you? You guys gotta run pretty soon.
No, but thank you. We do have to go pretty soon. But I really,
You can talk about ever. When is our next meeting?
I'll be happy to come back and meet again.
Okay. Give me something so I can give me some work or something.
You want to help us, huh?
Wow.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about.
All right. All right. Good to know.
Yeah.
Well, the biggest thing you can do right now is let people know about us. Tell them to vote.
I gotta have some.
Yeah,
I got some lint over
I'm
here.
telling
Okay.
people to vote no on the amendment. I don't feel like that's people just that's what I'm talking about all day too. I don't think we should be voting to elect our Supreme Court justices in Kansas. That's something that's on the ballot on August 4th as well. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And
Parallel.
Parallel. It's my
What
husband.
name is that?
It's Indian. My husband's from Mumbai. That's him right there.
Your mama trick.
Different Indians.
You just welcome. Come back. Politics.
Well, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I appreciate you being willing to, reconsider, your positions on things once you learn more information about a person. I think that's huge. We all have to do that. I've had to do it because I was team vote blue no matter who for a long time, and then I was like, wait a minute, y'all pulling some stuff too. So we got to get back to voting for the person over this party nonsense. Yes, sir.
President Biden. I thought it was fairly well. Some stuff. There might be some I'm a Democrat, whatever. I'm telling you that. They mad at it because you left all that. artillery over in Afghanistan, and we could have. You know what I'm saying, don't you? Why? Wow. Yeah.
And I think that people are starting to come together and realize.
And the ones that Hebrew go, I hope they go. You get a $2-3 job. You know, some people work for if I have to, I will too. It's bad. This is not bad.
That's nice when you do it, for sure.
You know what I like to do? That. See this? No.
We gotta get out of here. Oh, buddy.
No.
You're a trip.
I know I am.
It's really nice to meet you, Mr. Edward. I really appreciate you letting us stop by and chat with you.
Johnson Road and
Samuel L. Jackson, yep.
no way. I don't want to be sitting there. I'm gonna be free. And make it
That's
right.
good. That's right. We do what's right.
Hey, you broke my fan. Y'all finna go out here and watch my game.
Yes,
Yeah, I know you don't have that picture. You know how? Okay.
There we go.
You're good. It's a different thing.
Well, y'all.
Hey,
I want to fix your light, huh? Y'all come fix his light. You still on the live stream? Oh, wait, I leave the other one in the car because it's bad. All right, you take care of yourself, all right?
I will.
We'll see each other again sometime, I'm sure.
You too.
Yeah, you too. Would you like a yard sign? Oh.
Yeah, give me a yard
Yeah,
sign.
you
What
want a
you
yard
talking
sign?
about?
Yeah.
Can I put it in there?
Absolutely.
Is that all right?
Yeah, I reckon you can. For real. So my husband, so if you're from Mumbai,
no,
they call him Mumbaikar.
Oh, gotta get the water.
No, well,
He's
is
got the yard sign straight.
But the current part is like the people from Mumbai, they call them Mumbaikars.
Mumbai.
And so his ancestral land is Parel. So he's Parel Gur. But he says I should explain it like, you know, the singer Pharrell. No.
I'll probably do her.
That Happy, there's a song called Happy.
Not all happy day.
No. Well, all right, Mr. Edwards.
Thank you, sir.
This was really nice. And thanks for putting the signs
Oh,
up.
it's on the
That's
front of
really
the back.
nice. Oh, here we go. Check that out too. Vote no on August 4th for me. I mean, look into it and decide for yourself, but that's what I'm encouraging people to do.
Where's the people?
It's
This,
an amendment.
yeah, this is an amendment to the Constitution. They want to.
Vote no.
Yes, sir.
Straight no.
That's what I'm saying.
Sorry, guys.
He can explain it. He can explain it all to you.
Yeah, I'll
too.
explain it.
Alrighty.
No, I'm guiding you.
You gonna, are you gonna walk me to the? Oh, that's so. What a gentleman! Thank you. I'm gonna go around this way.
What's funny?
Nothing.
This is
That's
so
very
sweet.
sweet. I know. Look.
I'm a methodical person. You know what? I hate to see.
We go work up a sweat.
All right. Keep up the good work.
Yeah. Drive careful. Maybe.
You can't do that. I'm bad. Well.
Yes, it was. Now we're going to be heading back to HQ. Yep. Alright. I'm not allowed to have is that right? Yeah, we don't want to get copyrighted. Yeah. I'm with you. Turn on my song. Who wants to submit songs? Just kidding. Already tried that. Oh well. Rabbit. What's going on? If you have children in the car and you see something, you have to make sure that they're going to be able to see it before you announce it. Otherwise, you're going to have to hunt it down. So. Let's get a map on. Head toward Arch Street. Turn right on Arch Street. Flowers. But now we got what we got calls starting soon, huh? Yeah. It's exciting to the exciting part. On video right now. Yes.
At the next stop sign, turn left. At the stop sign, turn left on US 73 South.
That's a good
At the next light, turn left.
We haven't set specific time yet with Helen, so let's do that now. Or do you want to give her a call on the live stream and see? Sure. Oh, well, look, we're driving by Core Civic. Is there not a lot of vehicles anymore? Yeah, maybe.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail.
Yeah, this is very interesting. They put up no trespassing signs outside of the detention center.
Exactly where were having the vigils. They're still able to do the vigils now. My kids mean that you are not supposed to breathe next to cemeteries because you don't want the dead souls getting into you. Yeah, I didn't know that was fine.
Looks like we have another question. What stand on the fact that 0.00 population?
I think to that extent is it was never contemplated by the people of this country, and you know what, if it was, they were wrong. No reason to be supporting the world's resources while they're right? They had to go after these mega corporations and bust up the monopolies, and we're gonna have to do it again. We're gonna have unions of that class in the first place. We had a quality of life back in the day, or at least I thought we did. Maybe it was just
in my world, there was a quality of life for most people that if you know you work 40 hours a week, you're gonna have that basic standard of living. And that's all I want to see. That's what I'm pushing for. I'm not pushing for, and I don't think most people are pushing for handouts to everybody that just doesn't want to work. But there are people that genuinely can't, and they need help. And they should have for the United States of America. I think America, the world is waking up to it, and the people of the world are seeing it, and we're gonna have to give. Now, I want to see it done in a peaceful, lawful manner where we use our systems and improve them and make them work for everybody and truly make all people equal and all of those things that we were taught it was supposed to be. That's what I want to see. But we're watching people get desperate, and the more desperation rises, the more likely humanity is to just decide to make themselves outside the bounds that we. And that's when things get dangerous, and you don't know what happens. So I'm of the mind. I want to see. I want to. I don't know, but that's why. I decide so Can you hear me now? I need broadband, right? I don't know if that would help this problem. So we're gonna take the kids somewhere with no connections after this and unplug. People behind me think it's faster than I'm. And it's not. Oh, that's so nice. Thank you, Edward. He was fun. I like him. He's scary. In half a mile, turn right on the Hutton Road. Very nice person. Turn right on the Hutton Road. I know where we're going. Turn left on the Kansas 5 South. GPS, so we don't get directions. Turn left on the Kansas 5 South. Slight right onto the I-435 South Rail, then merge onto I-435 South. Who needs enough summer? Oh. Continue on I-435 South for 20 miles. Oh, yeah. I could get home. I could get to you got big roads. Big roads.
what's my solution to Iran? I think we're gonna have to figure out how we can get out of there in the best, safest way possible. I don't know what the solution is there. I wish I had all the answers to that. I think we're gonna have to sit down with the military generals, the experts, and figure out how we can pull out of there without any more American lives lost. I'd prefer without any innocent lives lost at all, and in a way that doesn't, make things there worse at this point. What's your solution? Any ideas? I'm open to them.
Use the right two lanes to take exit 12. Then use any lane to take I-70 East Road to St. Louis. Use any lane to take the I-70 East Road. Continue on I-70 East for 7 miles.